What's going on, everybody? What's going on? How is everybody doing? Oh my God. Y'all, yesterday was a day. It was a day that happened and it didn't end the way I wanted. So I couldn't go live. I had so much going on. I was working late, believe it or not, because I'm trying to have my week next week be as free as possible, to be honest. Thanksgiving is next week. So we're out. Um, I'm off next week, Thursday and Friday. Yay! The kids are out of school next week. So it's just a lot of things I'm just trying to get done and clear up. And I mean, and any and everything that I just didn't want to happen yesterday happened. So I was so irritated, and I had to give my voice a rest. So I'm here, and now we're here. How are you all doing? I miss you guys. Of course, we had to talk about Candace. I mean, we got to get it in. We got to get in some Umar today. We're even doing a watch party with Nature Boy and Carbonation from the Hood Horror series. Shout out to Hood Horrors because we got to finish that up. And then hopefully we could try to do a members only live with a little bit of Spanish. And of course, I'm going to try to do a Christmas movie. I want to do a Christmas Carol so much. But I want to do one where, we could just do a test to see if it'll play. That's not, one you have to pay for or anything like that. Just a Christmas Carol that's on YouTube to see how that goes. Um, you have a couple versions that are on YouTube that are like, you know, posted up. I mean, several versions are posted up and they're free to watch. I just want to see how it would go if we played it like a regular upload. Y'all want to try it? I want to try it. I want to try it. That way we could get a break. It doesn't have to be about watch something that's engaging or something festive. You guys could even give me some suggestions in the members only live after we do some Spanish because Francisca is gonna kill me. She's like, I want Spanish class. But I am gonna get back to doing that because it's something I think it would be great for us to do just to be able to learn another language together. And then after that, we talk about something that's light and that is entertaining and fun and have a movie day or something to that extent. And Christmas is coming up, so that would be just the best thing ever. So I want to be able to do that in the members only. Hopefully this evening if I can. Um, so that's why I'm starting early now. All right. So what's going on? Let's speak to everybody. Everybody speak to everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button as you come in. And thank you guys so much for uh being in here with me. It's 11:36 a.m. my time. So it's a lot earlier than I typically, start, but I had to do it. I had to do it. I wanted to definitely get in from yesterday. Still do the Nature Boy series, get back to that. And then of course do a little bit more Umar. We got some stuff to finish up with that. Oh my God. Y'all see the thumbnail for this video, right? I'm just convinced that Candace is no longer a Christian. I'm just gonna say that. You gonna tell? First of all, you talking about see you in Valhalla, Charlie? No. Now I'm sure Charlie is if he had to say something about this, he'll be like, you gonna be in Valhalla by yourself. That is Norse mythology. What the heck is she talking about? I had to put the thumbnail up just because I'm like, wait, you don't need to say something like that. You're supposed to be a Christian. Why are you talking about Valhalla? The Catholics believe in Valhalla. Is that a thing? I'm not Catholic. I'm asking. I don't think they do. What's going on, Francisca? How you doing, honey? But maybe I'm missing something here. It's so crazy. It's just Don't pull him down to your level, Candace. Stop pulling Charlie Kirk down to your level. This is probably why he did not talk to you. She pulling this man down to her level. See you in Valhalla. Oh God. Why? No. Oh, what's going on, mister? How you doing? Oh, Brandy said, I'm so glad that you do it regular and mobile. I like the regular horizontal view. I like that we could choose and that one is labeled with the phone emoji. Pretty cool. Yes, that's StreamYard for you. They just upgraded, and the first time I tried to test it out, it kept giving me like double feedback, and I didn't know why. And now, because I missed a few lives being able to do it that way. And I guess they worked it out. So now we're doing it that way. And I get a lot of views with the vertical broadcast, because I think a lot of people just watch on their phones. So I do get a lot more views that way. It's crazy. I didn't think I didn't think YouTube would allow it. I'm gonna be honest, but they seem to be okay with it. So we miss you too. Oh yeah, I miss you guys. I did. Welcome in, people. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to all the members, to all the supporters, to all the viewers. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Make sure you guys are subscribing if you have not subscribed. We are growing in the Lady Luck Club. It is an absolute blessing. And I am so glad that, God has me going on the direction He has me going on, um, with the platform and with the content. And we're gonna start incorporating a little bit more, if just videos and stuff out there. There's a video where a young lady was walking home from school with her kids, and her and her two children got jumped by a bunch of children. Like children of the corn came out of nowhere and decided to beat her up. So, I want to be able to do videos and stuff like that. That it is of great interest to the public, because this is stuff that people need to watch out for. Other people's kids now, apparently. It's so crazy. Yeah, as a mom, I'm gonna tell you right now, I would have beat them kids' ass up. I would have beat the kids up. I'm just sorry. You're not gonna attack me and my kids, and somehow I don't manage to throw a couple of them across the yard or something. Like, there's no way. If it means keeping my kids safe and you not doing my kids harm, a bunch of kids beat up a lady and her two children on the way home from school. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, so things like that needs to be reported on. So we're going to be incorporating a lot more in the LLC, and I appreciate all of you all for the support. And of course, checking out the other content, the variety of content that we're going to be pulling in. So thank you all so much. Hit the like button. I appreciate it. What's going on, Mister? How you doing? CLS, how you doing? Mira, how you doing? What's going on? Poetry Princess up in here. Everybody up in here. Let's go. Nika, how you doing? Oh man. Está aprendiendo español. Do I understand it in Spanish or English? No, Spanish. Do I understand Spanish? Somewhat. That's what we're learning too in class. So I can read it. I just can't speak as much as I want. But yeah, we're getting there. It was so crazy. I took Spanish class for 2 semesters in high school. Actually 2 years in high school. And then in 2 semesters in college. And still didn't walk away at least halfway fluent. I mean, I don't think it's a difficult language to learn to speak. It's just a matter of speaking it more regularly so you can, get used to it. So some schools, like I attended one high school where only for my 10th grade year, where Spanish, they made us talk even outside the classroom. We had to literally write down what we were, like a log, and actually make a point to talk outside of the classroom in just general dialogue with each other. That's how strict it was there. And I should have kept doing that, but then I went to another high school and that's where I graduated from. But yes, they would make us If you go in the cafeteria, to the library, you see other kids in your class, you know, make sure you talk Spanish to them, to engage in conversation, get used to being able to speak the language, which is what learning the language is about, is being able to just kind of practice speaking the language, in just everyday general conversations. And so, even if you mispronounce something, you can always be corrected, but give it a try and just keep speaking it. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep pushing and learning that. That way we can all be speaking that in the chat. And then next thing we'll be able to go to Candace Owens chat and light it up. Half them folks won't understand none of that. She had like 500,000 people in her chat, and we all go in there speaking Spanish. And they wouldn't know what's going on. That's called trolling, Candace. Just in case you didn't know, troll. It's so funny. That'll be funny. All right, y'all. We ready to get started. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Thank you so much for engaging. Oh man, y'all have no idea. 2025, how you doing? Robin is up in here. Sorry for the autocorrect. Valhalla is a military way to show respect for fallen comrades. So in the history of it, I get it. It is for Norse mythology. It's like a hall of heroes, but it's Norse mythology too. So it's like, what? Why didn't you just say "see you in heaven"? You understand? Like, see you in it. I don't think is that something Charlie Kirk believed in. That's my thing. Is that something he would say? I guess I should have asked that question first. Is that something Charlie Kirk would say? Kosh Patel said we have to watch now. Rest easy. See you in Valhalla. During press conference for Charlie, somehow Candace linked that to some military operation. Oh my God. Are you serious? Why would she repeat that? She's just taking this whole thing like a joke. That is her title of her video. Like, seriously, it's a thumbnail. Oh my God. Retro AI, good morning from Canada. I am Retro. Pleased to meet you all. Thank you. All right now. Welcome in from Canada. Do you have a channel? Retro AI, do you have a channel? If you do, let us know. We'll drop the link to your channel so that you can get some support. Thank you for coming in. I can't S Files. Oh my God. So Kosh Patel, he would be someone say something weird like that. What is wrong with these kids these days? Exactly. They're losing their minds. I would have went full Step Brothers on them. It's exactly. Step Brothers is the movie, y'all. Oh man. Hey, Dad, can we build a tree house? Wait, what? You're a grown man. Oh my God. Yeah, and the way it ended, it was just, I couldn't believe it. Kosh is Hindu. Valhalla or warrior. I just, that's the thing. Valhalla was a Norse mythology. It predates back to Norse mythology. What? I just don't get it. What was his point? Yeah, you can't make this up. It means y'all learning Spanish. Yeah, we're learning Spanish. Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's why we gotta keep the class. So I'm gonna have to schedule a members only live so we can do that and try to get in at least 15 to 20 minutes of Spanish, and then we can check out maybe we can check out the videos about the lady being unfortunately attacked by children. These are children of the corn. Okay, they're not regular kids. They're children of the corn, y'all. That's what we are. Children of the corn. Oh man. Francisca is like, yes, we need Spanish. Yes. So we're gonna do it. In our members only live. So if you are a member, then that's what you have to look forward to. We're gonna do Spanish And then we're going to check out the videos of the lady that was, oh my God. It was like 6 or 7 of these kids, too. And she's trying to protect her baby girl and her little boy. And she was sick with sickle cell. Can y'all imagine that? I just can't. I can't. Um, retro, yeah. Oh, retro AI. Hola, nuevos amigos internacionales. Les envío un saludo desde Canadá. Hey, see, I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm learning. Genial, Francisca. I'm learning. There we go. We'll warriors go Valhalla. Oh my God. It's the best way to learn. Yeah, it is. It is. Oh my God. Y'all, we get ready to get into it. Shout out to all of you all in here. I see so many people in here that are new. How you doing, Monique? What's going on, Robin? Candace is saying, see you in Valhalla. She's quoting Kosh, who used the military reference of respect for the fallen, but Candace, of course, is alluding to it being cold. Why does she have to? Okay, so I guess we got to pull up Valhalla and the history of it, because, yeah, become a member, you all. If you want to become a member and come in and learn some Spanish, we're using Duolingo as part of our Spanish class. And it may seem very basic, but there are some who don't speak at all and they just, need the foundation. And so we do that, and then we'll do the lady that was attacked by those kids in the members only. I can't get past it as a mother. I'm just like, oh, those kids would have been beat up. Oh my God. All right, let's get to it. Shout out to all of you all. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna pull up the pull up the video. Hold on, I got it on Nature Boy because I had to make sure I had the clips in here. So what I want to do is start off with a video that I saw that was very interesting. Let me do this. Okay. Now this content creator, fantastic content creator, right? So let's share. This content creator is Who Do You Mean? Who Do You Meme? I don't know. Who do you mean? And it's meme, like I thought it was just a great video that he did where he talked about the dangerous deception behind Candace method. This was posted up a day ago. And so I watched it last night while I was still working and don't feel like I really accomplished anything because my laptop crashed. But let me post down here the video link. And if I can get a mod to post up the YouTube channel link for Who Do You Mean, that would be great because I would have to go to his actual channel and do all of that. But this is definitely worth looking at because this gives a lot of insight on kind of the way she's been, and not just with the Charlie Kirk case, but kind of her MO, her modus operandi on how she approaches the Macron series that she did, because she doesn't investigate anything. How she's approached and she barely talks about the Epstein files like this. I wish she would. Like, I really wish she would go hard in on the Epstein files like she does with Charlie Kirk. They probably would have released a lot more by now if she would do that. She could have more views, and it actually would have been something that everybody on both sides of the aisle, I'm not, a liberal, left, or Republican. I'm me. I'm A4 American. But both parties would have benefited from that, right? If she would have just focused on the Epstein files and went hard in on that as she has done with Charlie Kirk. Now, imagine if she does go all in on the Epstein files and put out 14, 15 weeks now of consecutive Epstein file videos. And she actually goes through everything that's been released. It would definitely create a demand for more of the information to be released. Then she could put stuff together with that. It wouldn't even have to be conspiratorial. It could be based on what she's reading. If she were to do that, she still would have probably got to the views she received, but it would have been, views on something that you can present documentation on. Nothing you have to make up and be conspiratorial about. I never thought someone's death like this would be scrutinized and weaponized and monetized to this extent by someone that claims to be a friend. But the way she goes about doing it, when it comes down to it, there's still no basis of facts or evidence or finding of fact, evident, or law. You wouldn't be able to take any of this stuff that she says to court. It would not help prove any case. It would not help bring forth whomever this second, third shooter is that she keeps trying to imply. It would not get us any closer to Tyler Robinson somehow being proven to not be the shooter and this person is. It wouldn't hold weight in court. That's where it matters. All the stuff, her banter is for just entertainment for her. But it's not solving anything because she still walks away pretending like she's asking a question. So what are you doing, Candace, if you're still walking away asking questions? And the things that you want, like evidence related to the investigation, you're not going to get, girl. So this young man had a great way of just kind of wrapping that up. And we want to start this off with him, and then we'll get into her show. And then we'll watch some Ami Kozak because we're going to need to laugh after that. So, I haven't seen her show. I just saw the title and the thumbnail, and I was like, wait, what? Okay, I guess we got to look up Norse mythology. So let's start this off with, and I want to make sure I say, who do you meme? Content creator, yeah, who do you meme? And then we'll go to we'll pull up the Norse mythology after this so that everyone can understand the basis of it. Yeah, I'm factual. I get it might be a saying and everything, but what it goes back to and where it started and originated, I'm like looking at the historical context of that. And I'm like, would that be something Charlie Kirk would even entertain if he were alive? Seriously. Like her and Kosh Patel are wrong. I don't know. She shouldn't have repeated it if she knows better, right? She knows he's a Christian. Would he even have entertained that? It's just me. That's just me. All right. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see and hear. Let's get to it.
Candace Owens might be one of the most persuasive voices online right now. What she's really doing, whether she knows it or not, is one of the most effective persuasion formulas on the internet. Her videos on Charlie Kirk's assassination have averaged millions of views, and Candace is incredibly good at one thing: making people feel certain without ever proving anything. So I sat through all 36 hours of her investigation so far, every clip, every theory, just to see what's really going on. And what I found were 5 tactics that make Candace Owens not just convincing, but dangerously persuasive. And once you see them, you won't be able to unsee them. Now, obviously, a lot of people feel deceived and gaslit by institutions, and in many cases, rightly so. But that's not the only thing going on here. If you've ever watched one of our episodes, you'll notice it immediately. The odd footage, the timestamps, things that don't line up, the screenshots that don't make sense, and the random people who suddenly seem suspicious. But she doesn't just give you 1 or 2 of these. Every episode, she throws out more than you can count. Nearly 15 in this video alone, sometimes over 20. In fact, I say that this is virtually the entirety of her episodes. She gathers anything that could look suspicious, even if it could be random or unrelated.
On 9/4, Kash Patel as far as November and December. Then we have Frank Turek on October 7th. Well, Megyn Kelly.
And with so many anomalies being introduced every episode, at least a couple of them will strike you as strange. And given the sheer volume of her claims, your ability to think carefully about any of them gets drawn out by the sheer number of them. By the time you start to think critically about one date or rumor or insinuation, she's already moved on to the next. So eventually what happens is you stop paying attention to the quality of the evidence and you're overwhelmed by the quantity, leaving you to conclude that there's just simply too many strange things occurring for there not to be something more going on. This can be thought of as an anomaly overload. It's what happens when a flood of speculation starts to feel like evidence and when the gaps in our knowledge become proof that something sinister is happening.
What's going on here? What are Egyptian military subcontractors doing in the middle of Provo, Utah on the day that...
Still nothing to do with the case at hand. If she wants to fill in a gap, figure out how did the weapon get on the top of the roof? Exactly how was he able to carry it up there? At what point was he able to put it together? How was he able to do that? And then bring on someone who's an expert in being able to assemble those types of weapons. Maybe a test run from somebody that's done it in the field that was able to carry a weapon. And I'm talking about a complete remake of what Tyler Robinson did, because that would be directly related to the indictment. Follow the steps, they get on the roof, they put it together, because that is a gap that is, in my mind, based on what I read in the indictment, in my interpretation and understanding of the indictment, to me, that is a gap that is missing, because the indictment never mentions at what point the gun comes into camera view. So have someone recreate that so that can make sense as to how he got the gun up there, or maybe it was something he did the day before. But she's talking about Egyptian planes and all this other nonsense that have nothing to do with the shooting itself. We don't care about Egyptian planes. But these aren't anomalies. These are her just thinking about other things and talking about planes and going off the tips left in her email inbox where people are trolling her. This isn't anything to do with the actual investigation. I've even said, why won't Candace just go to the campus and retrace the footsteps of the shooter? Take somebody with her that's a weapons expert that can actually show her, okay, if he had this type of weapon, whatever the weapon was that was used, get a replicate of that weapon. And if he had to put it together, here's how he would have done that. This is the type of bullet he would have used. When it hits certain parts of the body, here's how these vertebral discs would have been, broken down and shattered. Here's how the bullet would have fragmented. Why don't you get someone to do that? To try to prove the indictment to be true. But at least you're basing it on the indictment. Something we can all read. Something that is tangible evidence. Why go into Egyptian planes? Start with the indictment first. You see, Candace, that's how true journalists would do that. If I had the type of money and viewership that she has, I would have done that already. I would have flown out a couple weapons expert with me out to University of Utah Valley. I would have had them retrace the footsteps of the shooter. I would have had them do all of that from start to finish. That way, holes in the indictment would make more sense with the recreation of that. But she doesn't want to do any of that because it's not, to her, it wouldn't be entertaining. It wouldn't be sensationalism. People will still watch it, but she may not get 8 million views in the video. That's what she cares about.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
And even though she hasn't proven anything yet, within one episode, she already moved on from curious to convinced. And all she had to do was to keep asking questions.
The crime that you were not allowed to commit, just asking questions.
Okay, but her asking questions is exactly what's in question. If you listen closely to her podcast, often she is just asking questions, but in a way where people hear much more than just a question. Sometimes she makes the implications clear, as she did when implying that Donald Trump was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
I think it is a circumstance where we just know that he was truly betrayed. in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It's made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. It serves us or doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? As soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. There's no question. They killed you.
But most of the time, she stays just short of an accusation. Her questions are often laced with heavy inflammatory suspicion, framed as innocent curiosity, while implying someone's guilt or their hidden motives.
So what was the blue plane doing sitting on the tarmac?
That's what makes her question so powerful, because it gives her plausible deniability. If her theory collapses, she was just asking questions. But if it turns out to be true, then of course she was right.
I have to disagree with him on that. It does not give her plausible deniability. Because asking a question is asking a question. The question needs to be logical and make sense. Candace professes to be some sort of an investigator, even though she's not. She's not a reporter. She's not a journalist. She's a gossiper. But if you're going to ask a question, like I can ask a question about at what point did the gun come into camera view? According to the indictment, he used it, but when did it show up? What was it hiding? When did he have time to put it together? Those are valid questions based on the indictment. Her questions are based off of nonsense that she got out of thin air. What about this blue Egyptian plane and where was it going? What do you mean? Unless the blue Egyptian plane was a plane that Tyler Robinson got on after he shot Charlie Kirk. We don't care. It's like a distraction. It's one big ass distraction to me that has nothing to do with anything. And I have to time someone out because they kept saying, shut up. Nobody runs my channel over here. I don't think people understand the idea of free speech and expression. Telling me to shut up over and over again is not even conversation. If you don't like it, get out. But don't spam my chat. Because YouTube picks that up and they'll block my video because they think that is a bunch of nonsense. Don't spam the chat. So I put them out. I topped them out. I don't care if the candy asses come over here because we handle the trolls. But they're not even saying anything meaningful because copy and paste. And then they're, most times they're bots. So the bots, if they're not even trying to come up with reasonable statements, I put them out because you're spamming the chat, and I'm not having that. I know, right? Make me. But it's like, why are you spamming the chat with dumb things? Make a point. That's all I'm saying. New tip address. New tip address was he lawyer's office. They trolling hard. Exactly. I found that I pulled it up on Google Maps. The same building she's talking about with the FBI, CIA, the DHS, all these agencies, DOJ. Yeah, that was her attorney's office. That was her attorney's office. And she's trying to actually get the people to believe that the FBI, the DHS, and the DOJ will be in the building where her attorneys are in the building. Same building. No, they don't have to, girl. If they have a headquarters building, it will say what the building is. And yes, they do work together on many special operations. She is absolutely stupid if she thinks that the DOJ and the DHS never work together. That's the dumbest thing ever. It's insane. So I don't do the trolling where, you're saying same thing over and over. Shut up. Not saying anything meaningful. Get out. Don't troll my chat. You can come in and say something, ask questions, give your thoughts and comments. I'm all for free speech, but I'm not for the troll where you're copy pasting the same thing over and over and over again. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. All right, let's get back to it.
all along. And that has a powerful effect on her audience. It's
9
the
million
way that
views.
she frames the questions that makes her audience hear them as evidence for a conspiracy. So she doesn't need to directly accuse anyone because she sets it up so that way her audience fills in the blanks for her. But
she has accused people. She's accused all of his friends of taking the life of Charlie Kirk. All his friends. She is accused Turning Point USA. She has insinuated by doing that Erica Kirk. She even had Erica Kirk's name on the potential passenger list. So why in the world do people still believe she's not involving Erica Kirk? The only difference is Erica Kirk is the only one that's not responding to her. Erica Kirk, please continue to ignore her. I tag Erica Kirk in my videos, by the way.
questions aren't evidence of anything sinister happening. When it comes to actual evidence, is how she controls the evidence. That's one of the most important tactics that she uses. Before we get into that, we have to take a second to thank the sponsor of today's video, Aura. Now, if you've ever wondered how scammers get your phone number or why your inbox is always flooded with spam, well, this is why. There's these companies called data brokers that sell your data, and they do it without your consent, and they make billions of dollars selling your information to marketers, scammers, or even stalkers. And while they're legally required to remove your information if you ask, they make the process confusing and hard on purpose. And that's why I'm thankful for Aura, because Aura takes care of the hard part, automatically removing your information from those sites and keeping it off. They also monitor the app comes with how Candace controls the evidence, making it nearly impossible to argue against her. Take a look at this tweet from Blair White saying that almost no one has proved Tucker or her wrong. And the reason people can say this with so much confidence is because of the way that Candace handles evidence.
I have it now on a very well-placed authoritative source.
To start, when it comes to a lot of her...
Okay, that's not evidence. Do we have to define the word evidence? We got to do it. Evidence is not just you saying you have a source. That's just Candace lying like hell. You have to actually show evidence. So I guess we got to look up the definition of the word evidence, because it must be done. So here it is. Merriam-Webster. Evidence. All right, an outward sign, evidence of an early spring as an example. Something that furnishes proof. Something that furnishes proof. A visible sign of something. Yeah. That means we should be able to see this evidence. A visible sign of something. An outward sign. Y'all see this? Outward sign. Not something you're keeping to yourself and you're making up. Candace, you're making up your sources. You're making up emails. You're making up text messages that are missing date and timestamps. Something as, here it is, testimony, a writing, or an object submitted at a judicial or administrative proceeding for the purpose of proving a party's case. Evidence. Yeah, see, you all see why I keep saying her evidence would not hold up in court? None of that garbage she's saying would hold up in court? Because it wouldn't. And when you're talking about a criminal matter, you need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the burden of the prosecution. So if she's saying Tyler Robinson didn't pull the trigger, but she can't say who did it, she's just being disingenuous. She's not providing evidence on anything. How many times have I asked for evidence? Candace, where's the evidence of the video Tyler Robinson was walking with a woman? A video that you claim the FBI proctored based on your stupid tip line where you're being trolled. The collection of proof submitted at a judicial or administrative hearing. Let's see here. Evidence as a verb. To offer evidence of. To be seen. Because evidence has to be seen. We're not seeing anything from her. And the stuff she wants us to see is fake. She's making up text messages. They're fake. And her defense to it is, oh, here, it's my phone. And she never puts it in front of the camera. She never links it and adds it into her actual show. She doesn't have a problem playing a video from Rob McCoy, but somehow she doesn't know how to connect her phone and show the phone through the link into her show. But she's got producers and editors, right? So all of them are incompetent is what you're trying to tell me, Candace. They cannot connect your phone to your laptop and actually pull up a full view of your phone. She never ever held the phone to the camera. So we never truly saw what she was trying to show us when she held up the phone. It was nowhere near the camera. She didn't plug it in to let us see a presentation of her phone. So she never proved anything with that. We have to be able to see the evidence. These aren't things you can make up. This is a word you can define. Evidence is a word that can be defined. You know, because we read here in the Lady Luck Club and I don't play that crap. She has no evidence. None. If I had to disagree with anything he said here, this is it. She has zero evidence. She can't claim plausible deniability. If she gets sued for defamation, she's been sued because the other party would be able to prove that she does not have any evidence for this stuff. And yet she purports it to be facts. She purports these things to be true. That's the issue that she still refuses to learn. Candace, it's a simple lesson. And you still refuse to learn. Because you're bad at this, girl. All you have to do is look up the definition of the word evidence, Candace. It would have given you everything you needed, but you can't do that, because reading.
Her claims, we simply aren't able to verify if they're true or not. She often cites unnamed sources, and we have no way of knowing who they are, how reliable they are, or what they actually said. We just have to take her word for it. So when people say to prove her wrong, well, most of the time you can't because she hasn't provided any evidence that she's right. Now, I'm not saying she's doing this, but in theory, she could just be making it all up. No evidence. This is why the burden of proof always falls on the person that's making the claim rather than the person questioning it. Okay, but here's when things get even more challenging. Even when we do have...
Candace makes claims all the time. So the onus is on her. If you're going to claim Tyler Robinson did not pull the trigger, I believe he's a part of it, but he didn't do it. Or when she says for a fact that Charlie's neck was not damaged, was not destroyed. Okay, where's your evidence? Or it's a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man. Nope, she's got to prove that. That's on Candace. See, what they'll be able to do is prove that she's a woman. In essence, prove Candace to be the liar that she is. But Candace will not ever be able to prove with scientific evidence that Brigitte Macron was born a man, because that's the only piece of evidence you need that is irrefutable. Forget all that other crap. I don't care about her 8-part series and none of that. When you're talking about genetics, you're talking about DNA, you're talking about science, human anatomy, things that Candace can't make up. We don't do conspiracy theories over here. We do concrete facts and evidence. And she knows she needs that. That's why she asked for the blood of the first lady. I fly my doctor out, get a little blood, take care of that real quick. Yeah. Because she knows she needs blood. She's not getting it. That's the difference. But when the Macrons bring it, they're going to be able to prove that she lied. And she did it with malice intent. And they're going to win. They are going to win, Candace. Mark my words, girl. I want to be in every hearing and make sure I report on every bit of it, too.
Direct evidence showing that she's wrong, it still doesn't count. I mean, take a look at what she said about Netanyahu's letter from Charlie Kirk.
He is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences, publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the content.
Now, this is a common power move. She forces Netanyahu to choose between 2 options. He can either release the personal letter to the public or keep it private and look guilty. And when the letter was released and it confirmed exactly what Netanyahu said, it didn't seem to change her mind. In fact, this is the same tactic that we see over and over. She demands evidence, and if you don't give it, then you're hiding something. But even if you do give it, it doesn't disprove her claim. Instead, she treats the evidence as suspicious or even as more proof of a cover-up. So either way, she wins, and that makes it almost impossible for our audience to recognize when she's been proven wrong. In addition, remember when she said this about Bill Ackman blackmailing Charlie?
You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed.
But just 3 days later.
So she never proved that he was having a change of heart. Let's start with that. She never sufficiently even proved that. The only thing that she did was, I guess, tempted the Israeli prime minister to release the full 7-page letter that she then turned around and said, well, how do we know it was sent from his email? How do we know he wasn't pressured to send it? No, the letter is there. You wanted all of the letter to be released. It was released. You trying to question it after the fact is irrelevant, Candace. No one cares what you think after the fact. The point was for the letter to be released. That was released. So trying to doubt everything that is in our reality, we're not willing to go that far. No one should be willing to go that far to be too conspiratorial where you can't even believe that the letter is real. He wrote the letter, Charlie Kirk wrote the letter, and he gave it to the Israeli prime minister. And everyone else that knows about the letter vouched for the same thing. The problem is Candace is like standing alone in the corner when it comes to stuff like that. There are 20 people that can corroborate that Charlie Kirk wrote the letter versus one Candace Owens who thinks now that it's somehow faked and forced and he was forced to write it or it didn't come from his email or whatever. How does she know that it was emailed? Maybe he printed it out and did it the old-fashioned way, he mailed it. But see, those are the things she doesn't think about. Maybe it was e-faxed. Or perhaps it was faxed over the old-fashioned way. She doesn't ever inquire, how did he receive it? She just blatantly goes after the idea that someone could have hacked into his email and did it himself and sent it as if he did it. She doesn't give Charlie Kirk even post-mortem any credit that he may have sent the letter him damn self and that he had justifiable criticism. The criticism does not mean that he was having a change of heart. He wasn't. Don't you think that Erica Kirk, his wife, would be able? She said the same thing. He had questions about it. He didn't agree with everything. She lived with the man. She was married to him. Candace wasn't talking to Charlie Kirk every day like that for the last year or so, up until the day he died. But his wife can attest to him having criticisms, but he still was pro-Israel. And you get someone like a Candace Owens who did not even talk to Charlie Kirk for a full year leading up to his death, talking about he was having a change of heart, disputing what Erica Kirk is even saying. Who are you more prone to believe here? The woman who hasn't talked to Charlie Kirk in over a year and showed no proof of evidence that she did, that was only focused on trying to reunite with him on stage because this is all a show for her, or the actual wife he married that was with him every day, that talked with him every day on the phone, had 2 kids with him, where he shared everything with, that was his best friend. I'm more prone to believe Erica Kirk here. There was nothing that indicates that he had a change of heart. The only thing that has been produced as far as the letter and the other videos where he talks about, if you say this, then they call you, anti-Semitic. He was just frustrated at the fact that he had true criticisms and questions. He didn't agree with everything. And he was being outcast and called an anti-Semitic. It's justifiable to be irritated at that, to where people are so strict where you can't have any wiggle room. But it was not an indication that he was having a change of heart and that he was no longer going to be pro-Israel. Candace is lying when she says that. And she's lying against those who knew him that said that is not true. Candace is wrong. And she has not shown any evidence to prove that she is right. The only evidence she's proven is that he had criticisms when she played his video of him talking about it. Because that's something we can see, tangible. Candace, you're going to have to look up the definition of the word evidence, girl. This helpful.
Later, when Bill Ackman denied it, she said,
"Okay, buddy, I never said you blackmailed Charlie. I asked you if this moment happened."
So notice how she shifted the claim and then frames him as the liar. And that's what we really see going on here.
Change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed.
But just 3 days later, when Bill Ackman denied it, she said,
"Okay, buddy, I never said you blackmailed Charlie. I asked you if this moment happened."
So notice how she shifted.
She just said be black. Did you say he blackmailed her? I don't understand this. She'll say one thing. Hold on, let's go back to it. Just look for the word blackmail come out of Candace's mouth. Let's do that.
Remember when she said this about Bill Ackman blackmailing Charlie?
"You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed."
But just 3 days later,
how would she know that? Did Charlie Kirk talk to her and say, "I feel like I'm being blackmailed"? That he felt he had been blackmailed. She used the word blackmail.
When Bill Ackman denied it, she said,
"Okay, buddy, I never said you blackmailed Charlie. I asked you if this moment happened."
So notice.
No, you said that Charlie Kirk felt that he had been effectively blackmailed. Candace, we're not taking your words into different meanings. We're not your cult members. We're not bots. We take exactly what you say and go from there. The words that come out of your mouth. That's how I do here in the LLC. So Candace she never says what she means and means what she says, because she wants to speak in double talk, and she's still bad at that. But she said he came out of it effectively feeling like he had been blackmailed. Okay, I never accused you of saying that you blackmailed him. Well, that's exactly what you said. If you wanted to ask if the moment happened with the conversation, why not just say, did they have this conversation and what was discussed, and then leave it open-ended? Because that's how journalism works, Candace. You leave it open-ended, so you're not accusing anyone of anything, and you give them the opportunity to answer that question. And then whatever answer they give, you can ask more questions and challenge it if you have some evidence that may prove otherwise, or you learn how to accept it because that's their answer. And then if something else comes up where they end up being wrong, then you can call the hypocrisy out. But you got to have evidence to do that. Candace, you're bad at this, girl.
That's how she shifted the claim and then frames him as the liar. And that's what we really see going on here, because the way that she gets you hooked is not in the evidence she presents, but in how she frames the evidence.
Yep. She's manipulative.
See, at core, humans are emotional beings, and we respond strongest to emotional arguments. And on social media, nothing spreads faster than moral outrage. It gives us a sense of righteous anger, the feeling that we're on the side of good and standing against evil. And this is something that Candace has nearly mastered, because in every episode, she leans into moral outrage, not just about what happened, but about why more people aren't as angry as she is. And she regularly questions anyone that isn't digging into the case the way that she is.
We all feel that something is spiritually wrong, and yet these people are trying to tell you that there's nothing to see here.
Okay, but if you pay close attention, you notice that she isn't just assuming the very thing that she hasn't proven, that Tyler Robinson wasn't the shooter. She's also treating disagreement with her as a moral test. In her framing, if you disagree with her, you're not just wrong, you're morally wrong, or worse, morally compromised.
That is such a cultish personality type of tactic. It's not even funny. That is exactly how cult leaders think. You know, if you and I'm gonna pull it up so you all can see what I'm saying here. If you don't believe what I'm saying, then spiritually, you're not aligned with me. They almost look at you as if you're the enemy, like something that needs to be defeated. It's like an indoctrination, so to speak. You're coming off where you're appealing to someone's spirituality. And if they have a different belief, then you want them to feel as if it's the wrong belief without saying your spirituality and your beliefs are wrong and mine are right. So they just guilt and shame you into it so bad to where they want you to feel that if you think outside the box, that you're doing something that's spiritually or morally wrong. So what that causes is the individuals to not challenge you as much, to not question as much, because they don't want to feel like they're doing something that's morally or spiritually wrong. All of that is based on feelings and emotions. And Candace claims that she doesn't operate on feelings and emotions. She operates on facts, which we all know is a damn lie from the pit of hell. All Candace does is operate on feelings. That's the same thing Piers Morgan told her when it came to reading the lawsuit from the Macrones. You have no way of pulling away your feelings into this. You're too emotional. A good journalist knows how to report on the facts and keep out your feelings, because facts, evidence, and laws, Candace Owens, does not care how you feel. Facts don't care about your feelings, girl. But because everything she says and does is to invoke some emotional feeling and response, she oftentimes does it to her audience, to her base, to her cult followers, to the candy asses, to the bots, of course. She doesn't have to show them facts. And if they ask questions, then they get attacked for going against the grain, calling her a liar. She hasn't proven anything to be true. And then they, in their mind, see everything she says as a fact. But they don't question it. They don't look up definitions of terms. They don't look at documentation. They don't research. They don't Google anything. And if they do, then they're being spiritually and morally bankrupt and spiritually and morally evil. They're the enemy. That's cult. That's a cult. So we're going to get a little bit more in, and then we're going to go over to the cult of personality, because we need to see that as well.
Afraid to disagree with her, not only because they're worried about being attacked by her and her fans, but they'll also be painted as immoral, naive, or corrupt. So whether she intends it or not, she creates a powerful good versus evil dynamic. And that's why any disagreement that me or others have with her instantly turns into accusations that we're somehow being paid $7,000 by Israel. In their minds, the only reason that you disagree with them is because you're part of the conspiracy. You notice that she doesn't just argue a case, she creates a cause. And the result is what we see today. A fierce and growing community which keeps her audience loyal, even when she has nothing more to go on than a gut feeling.
I don't know, but I know.
And this is when we get into another powerful tactic: spiritual attacks.
Yep.
Lately, she's moved a lot of her attention over to the Christians who don't agree with her. And one thing that she really doesn't like is when Christians use scripture to point out what's wrong with what she's doing, as she made clear in her response to Frank Turek.
Then we have Frank Turek, who engages in this same sort of act of psychological manipulation, in my viewpoint. And he defends Mikey McCoy. I think this is on his own show. Here's what he had to say.
There's a difference between a possibility and evidence for a possibility. You can speculate on anything you want, but unless you have evidence, shut up, okay? Because all you're doing is causing dissension among the brothers, which is something the Lord hates.
So the clip goes on, but she not only labels his correction as psychological manipulation, she escalates it by calling his argument a form of spiritual deception.
The other thing he's doing, of course, is the biblical manipulation, which seems to me to be that there has been a military infiltration into the churches. I think we've covered that enough this year. I've termed that Operation Mocking Pastor, where they just try to find some scripture and justify it. And he's a pastor, he's earned trust. So he's saying she's judging people. The Lord says this. The Lord says she shouldn't look into the trial. The Lord says she shouldn't ask questions.
Nope. He never said that the Lord said she should not look into the Charlie Kirk assassination. God said, thou shalt not lie. That's a whole commandment. So when you're saying things that are completely untrue and you know you have no evidence to support it, that is a problem, Candace. And that will be something God will be dealing with you on very soon. Now, you can always stop that from happening by not lying. But see, it's not just with the Charlie Kirk assassination. She lied about Brigitte Macron being born a man. She lies about any and everything except Andrew Tate, I guess. But she lies about any and everything else with ease. She created an entire 8-part series about a woman not caring about her children or grandchildren, calling her a man, saying she was born a man, saying she had a sex change. And I'm not speaking to the other part of the accusation about her getting married to Emmanuel Macron and what age he met and all the stuff that happened in France that our U.S. courts can't do a damn thing about. Because they weren't bound to our U.S. laws. They're in a whole nother country. You can have your moral thoughts about that. But legally, the court can't do anything about it. So if she plans on that being a tactic, it's not going to work. The judge will say that's irrelevant to their lawsuit. It doesn't matter. There's nothing this court can do about it. And keep living. Because facts don't care about your feelings. And the court of law is not a YouTube channel. That Judge Rennie is not going to be in the mood to play her dumbass games. He's not. So the Lord never ever said don't investigate. He said don't lie. And if you're doing nothing but lying and speculating nonsense and gossiping about stuff, but you're not inducing thoughtful questions, bringing up true concerns that are legitimate, she hasn't even read the indictment. And you're just being combative to be combative. What makes you think that's of God anyway? You think God is the author of confusion and chaos? All this is nothing but chaos and confusion with Candace. God is not the author of chaos and confusion. He wants clarity. But not at any price. This is ridiculous what she's doing. People walk away knowing nothing at all. She's just recycling the conspiracy theories now. And now she's bringing her attorneys building into it because that's all that's in that building. The office where her attorneys work. Girl, bye, Felicia.
The Lord thinks that people should just shut up, right? That to me is like the sickest form of manipulation. The sickest form of manipulation is to try to present it via the lens of what God would want. You don't have to do that. Just say what you think, say what you mean, and try to manipulate people the old school way. Okay.
Now, this has become more of a pattern because even more recently, she not only dismissed Ali Beth Stuckey's scripture-filled critique by calling her Christianity fake, But even worse, Candace doesn't seem to mind appealing to God in the Bible when it suits her case.
There's no justification. There definitively cannot be any godly justification for what they have done and what they have always done in Gaza. Once you recognize the people defending that beyond this, you will start to look at them as possessed by some sort of a demon. And typically that demon is just money. Okay. They just want the money.
Okay. So Candace is going to be giving up all her money that she's earned from Charlie Kirk and sending it to Gaza, right? Candace, are you going to be giving all your money over to Gaza, to the people of Gaza? You got $244 million. So we should expect Candace Owens and George Farmer to be giving up their worldly possessions and sending it over to Gaza, right? Or perhaps, Candace, you and George Farmer move over there to Gaza so you can help people directly. That sounds like a good idea to me. I think Candace should donate millions of dollars to Gaza because she obviously has a problem with what's going on, and she is in a financial position to be able to help. So, Candace, in the Bible, God did ask many a times for his servants to give up their worldly possessions. Even Jesus asked that of the disciples. Are you willing to give up your jobs and give up what you do for a living and become fishers of men? Serve as a disciple. Candace, are you going to be a disciple and go over there and help people in Gaza? Are you going to send them money? Are you going to help build homes there? What about medications and access to some health care? Are you going to help build a hospital? What about a school for kids to go to school? Is Candace even a philanthropist? Does she even donate? I'm just saying, Candace, since you want to sit here and try to solve this problem in Gaza, it is going to take some money to help these people. I haven't heard, you say anything about Christians being murdered in Nigeria. Are you going to do something about that? There's so many things where you could be helpful, financially speaking, because you've been making a lot of money on this as well. Candace probably is earning the highest amount of money on YouTube regarding her content on Charlie Kirk than any other content creator. Are you going to take some of that money and give it over to Erica Kirk? Give it over to Gaza? Give it over to Nigeria, to those families that lost their loved ones because they were Christians? What are you going to do? You evil, vile woman. What are you going to do?
And the Bible is explicit about that, right? You can't have both. And like I said, God's chosen people do not endorse that. In fact, only Satan-chosen people could.
So she does seem comfortable using religious language in scripture as a way to give her claims spiritual weight, while discrediting Christians who do the same when they reach different conclusions. And here's where it gets even more concerning.
Play that again. Let's play it again.
Religious language in scripture as a way to give her...
Do not endorse that. In fact, only Satan-chosen people could.
So she does seem comfortable using religious language in scripture as a way to give her claims spiritual weight, while discrediting Christians who do the same when they reach different conclusions.
That's called hypocrisy, Candace. You are the biggest hypocrite, the absolute biggest hypocrite on earth right now. You are a full-blown hypocrite, Candace. And the reason why she does it is to be emotionally manipulative. Mentally and emotionally manipulative. That's it. That's why she does it. Because she has no facts or evidence to present to anyone. So she has to come from this emotional angle where she's inducing feelings and fake outrage on things. People who have evidence don't need to do that. I didn't have to bring and induce anybody's feelings about the email where they confirmed that a degree was awarded to a person named Candace Amber Owens with that date of birth 04/29/89. Did I have to induce anyone's feelings into that? I just showed the email. It's called facts. We could question it. We could truly question whether or not was it a dual degree or any of those things because it wasn't specific. But I didn't have to induce anyone's feelings or emotions or get anybody fake outrage just to show that damn email. I just showed the email. Candace, you're bad at this.
And here's where it gets even more concerning. Listen to how she uses spiritual language here.
I am begging you all, those of you who go to these mega churches, those of you who are evangelical, who follow these evangelical influencers, you are probably noticing about now that they are mum on the topic of Charlie Kirk. They want to move on. They want to let it be known that it's just a trans shooter. Not one of them is standing up and going, no. I spiritually feel that something is wrong. We all feel that something is spiritually wrong. And yet these people are trying to tell you if there's nothing to see here. That needs to be your wake-up call.
So first, she treats her instincts as spiritual signals from God. And second, anyone who doesn't share those instincts is framed as spiritually blind or spiritually compromised.
They are asked,
or we're the enemy, or, we're jealous, or we're being paid by Israel, because Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm still waiting on that $77,000 check, bro. Yeah, the candy asses want you to pay me $77,777.77. All sevens. Because 7 is a magical number. It's the day of completion. I will feel complete with that $77,777.77 check in my hand, or Cash App, or Zelle, or you can send it in the mail, because they don't think that you can actually send cash in the mail. I know you can't, but whatever. Let them think what they think, because they don't think about anything else. So, yeah, you can send that cashier's check in the mail. I'll take it.
You to set aside your instinct, your gut instinct, your God instinct. You recognize something is wrong.
However, this is ironic given that
God said, leave my name out your mouth, girl. All that blasphemy.
Thousands of comments that people have left on my videos saying that they did trust their spiritual instincts, and it led them away from Candace. They felt like something was off in their spirit, and not with the people that she critiques, but in the way that she's been approaching them.
Hey,
and by the way,
hey, Kana, look at that. Yeah, you got highlighted today. Look at that. Y'all saw Kana up there?
With the people that she critiques, but in the way that she...
There you go. Kana Michelle. What's going on? Yeah. She said the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Galatians 5:22-23. A true Christian will display these qualities in their daily lives. Does Candace display these qualities, or do you see more of hate, gossip, backbiting, spreading lies and mistruths, accusing, and anger? I know what I see. Can we just give a shout out to Kana? That's in our chat. It's fantastic LLC. One of the Luxers here. Kana. Well done. Well said. Well said, Kana. Well said.
She's been approaching things lately. And by the way, if you felt that too, if you believe that something in your spirit is being unsettled by what she's been doing, go ahead and write it down below in the comments. And not to attack her, but just to see how many Christians have been sensing the same thing.
I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Even if you leave a comment, the candy asses and the cult followers and the bots, they're gonna see it as an attack either way. We just have to get to a point where we don't give a crap about what they think. We don't care about what the candy asses and the bots think. There's no such thing as not attacking to them. They see any criticism as attacking, or you're being jealous somehow. I will never be jealous of an idiot being sued by a world leader. Candace is being sued by the president of France. Why would I be jealous of that? That's a stupid thing to be jealous about. Because these candy asses, the cult leader, the cult followers, and the bots, they don't compute well. They don't compute. When you're jealous of someone, you're taking on the good and the bad. You can't just say, if I'm going to be jealous and envious of someone, that I only want the good things that I see and not expect to have the bad brought with it. I would love to get a $2 million check, but not at the price of me being sued by the leader of France, by the French president. That's not worth it to me. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose your soul? Candace has lost her soul, her humanity, her conscience. She has no guilt, no shame, unrepentant. Does she even serve God at this point? Who is to be jealous of that? It's the stupidest thing ever. I will never be jealous of someone that's walking around as if they don't have a soul. Why? That's what the candy ass cult members and the bots want you to think. You're jealous. No. I'm headed to heaven. I don't care which way Candace goes. That has nothing to do with me. But at the rate she's going to be in for a rude awakening. Judgment Day is going to be a rude awakening for a lot of people. But I have no reason to be jealous of that. The money will come. I have a $25 goal for the live streams. Sometimes I meet it, sometimes I don't. Do you walking away having learned something? Sometimes you all bless my soul with some of the comments. I can only hope that I'm blessing others through the words that God guides me through, gives me wisdom, and helping me to understand. So that when I speak and say things, someone is learning something meaningful. Maybe you're getting confirmation. That's true discernment. There's nothing to be jealous of what Candace Owens is saying and doing. If I'm walking away wondering if she's still a Christian, that is nothing to be jealous of. That is dangerous, by the way. But the candy asses, they're going to sit here and say you're attacking her either way. So leave your thoughts in the comments. Let me know how you feel spiritually about this. Because I've been discerning for a minute that Candace is being nothing but a deceiver. She's authoring chaos and confusion. Those things are not of God at all. She's dishonoring Charlie Kirk's legacy, his company. She's going after the faith, family, and finances. She's attacked Turning Point USA. She's asking questions about things she doesn't understand. An endowment. She's giving out false information about IRS extensions. But never once did she mention they actually can apply for an additional 3-month extension with the IRS. So she lies by omission as well. She misleads the public into thinking something and then leaves out pertinent information because it's deceptive. That's what I discern. And she does it intentionally and yet wants to paint it as a question. Well, I'm sorry, where's the question again? Candace, you're supposed to have a degree allegedly in English, and you don't know the difference between a statement and a question. You're not asking a question, you're being accusatory. Those two words have two totally different concepts and definitions. That's what I discern. Candace Owens is trying to destroy Charlie Kirk because she couldn't be with him or be him because she's not the CEO. That's nothing to be jealous of. That's a joke. Child boo.
So at this point, this has been going on for months now. She's currently made almost 40 episodes on this topic, and she keeps telling our audience that they're getting really close to solving this case.
We are making so many discoveries in this case, and I have to tell you guys, we're getting close. I've got a feeling about that. We're close. We are now, I believe, extremely close to solving this thing, and their panic is making me think that we're getting closer to something, and that something is pretty big. And I just sense that we're getting close. I sense that we are getting very close. We're getting low. Very close, I think, to what actually happened on that day.
But at the time of recording, none of her episodes have gotten us any closer.
Yeah, I mean, what Candace, what closeness are we hitting here? Because don't you control that narrative over there on your channel? See, that's one thing the candy ass is like over here. I control this over here. I run this. You allow conspiracy theories to control you. because you're not vetting those tips and you have no way to do it. But over here in the Lady Luck Club, I run this. God is at the helm. I follow. But your candy asses and your bots will not dictate a dang on thing over here, girl. They won't. They have no power here. So all that nonsense they copy and paste on everybody else's videos, that stuff don't work over here. We laugh at that. But she sits here and talks about they're getting close to something. Yeah, okay. As she still wants people to send her more tips. All they're doing is giving her ideas of what to say. Candace, did you enjoy that letter? I hope you enjoyed that letter, girl. Because, see, you're not smart enough to vet anything, so people can send whatever. And it can make you sound as stupid as it comes. And you will never know it. I hope you enjoyed that letter.
To a single verifiable theory. And at the end of the day, Candace isn't the first person to confuse her moral instincts with truth, and she won't be the last either. The louder the world gets, the more that people will mistake confidence for credibility and emotion for revelation. But scripture calls us to test every spirit, and we should. We should ask questions, especially of the voices that might feel righteous. And that includes my words just as much as hers or anyone else's. You can ask yourself, where am I letting emotion or outrage replace evidence and truth in my life? Because if we don't learn to recognize those tactics in the voices that we admire, then we'll never be able to recognize them in ourselves. And the moment that we stop testing what we hear is the moment that we stop noticing when we're being led somewhere that isn't grounded in the truth. All right, thank you guys so much for watching until the end. And if you want to support us in reaching more people with clarity and gospel hope, then you can do so at the link down below.
That was absolutely amazing. I just love this video. I love the presentation of it. And, you know, he did it with so much grace. Yo, I guess we got to look up Jay Witt, my brother in Christ. He did release a video this morning about the degrees. Now, you guys know I went and emailed the school, right? And I texted him yesterday. I said, do you have, because the way it's of course his label is designed to get your attention. I said, wait, you have proof of the degrees? And he was like, just wait and see, So I waited, and here it is. I want to see it. I want to see it. Shout out to Jay Witt, my brother in Christ. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so let's get to this because I want to see what information he has. So put a 1 in the chat. I didn't plan on playing this one, but I just, you know, we got to show some love, and I got to see this. So put a 1 in the chat if you can see in here. Let's get to it.
Because you've never actually been a reporter. That's my point.
Ooh, burn. You got me. You go, girlfriend. I didn't take the bait. I didn't respond to him. But the facts of the matter are, I too also have a degree in journalism. In fact, I have more degrees than Piers Morgan does. I have a bachelor's degree in journalism and in English, and he just has one in journalism. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, which is why I didn't say it. But it is funny. He's a reporter.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
My family didn't have the money to send me to college, so I took out a ton of loans. Student loans, Sallie Mae loans, and then don't quote me on the year, but I think it was 2010, Sallie Mae had a big collapse, and they said you can't go back for your senior year because we can no longer fund you to go back for your senior year. So I dropped out temporarily, and then when I had my own money and paid off my student loans, which was something like $150,000 in student loans, which is absurd to me. Such a predatory system. You're literally preying on poor people. It's disgusting. That's what.
Oh no. Rich girl talking about poor people problems. Candace, have you set up a scholarship to help kids go back to school? You know, she's a horrible philanthropist. She does nothing to help anybody. Does she even give away prizes or awards or anything on her show? No? Got it.
Usury is all about. Once I paid down my student loans, I re-enrolled to finish my last year. And so I have 2 degrees, actually.
Yeah. It's rewind time.
My family didn't have the money to send me to college, so I took out a ton of loans. student loans, Sally Mae loans, dropped out temporarily. And then when I had my own money and paid off my student loans, which was something like $150,000 in student loans, which is absurd to me, dropped out temporarily. And then when I had my own money and paid off my student loans, which was something like $150,000 in student loans, which is absurd to me. Once I paid down my student loans, I re-enrolled to finish my last year. And so I have 2 degrees, actually.
Oh, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
And so I have 2 degrees, actually. And so I have 2 degrees, actually.
Halfway.
Here's the difference between me and you. I've actually been a reporter for many, many years. You have. So when you say you report on these things, I can tell you no journalist who's an actual reporter would read a legal states as fast. That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference, it's because you're not a reporter.
Oh,
I am. Well, now we've arrived.
Oh, yes. Oh, can we hear that again? You're not a reporter. You're not, Candace. You're not a reporter, girl. Whatever you think you are, you're bad at this, heifer. You're bad at this. God, you're so bad at this. It's not even funny.
Your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference, it's because you're not a reporter. I am.
Well, now we've arrived at your professionality.
Professionality. Professionality. Is that a word? Candace, you forced me to have to Google definitions of terms that I didn't think I would have to look up. Professionality. I'll look that up.
I guess Piers, tell me more. What school did you go to? Tell me more.
I went to Harlow Journalism College in Essex in England.
Well, then we better listen to you guys. You heard him. We got to trust the experts. And Piers has been a reporter and he went to a journalistic law school. And therefore, whatever conclusions he makes are the professional and the correct ones. And you should definitely listen to Piers Morgan.
I do know the difference between reporting on a lawsuit where you're one removed from the contents of the lawsuit and stating something as fact. But I don't think you do because you've never actually been a reporter. That's my point.
Ooh, burn. You got me. You go, girlfriend.
Oh my God.
Girlfriend did get me. I'm going to start talking to you guys like that. You're not a reporter. Yes, you're not a reporter.
Candace, you're not a reporter. You're not a journalist. You're certainly not an investigator. And you and the other impersonators of investigators should be investigated definitely by real investigators and charged if you're going to keep going at this rate. And the damage you're causing by impersonating an actual investigator can definitely get you sued. You can be held liable for that.
Watching this show, you're not a reporter. What do you know about anything? You're not a reporter. Have you lived? Doesn't matter. I'm a reporter. I know things. I know how to read the lawsuits and what to do with them. And this, my friends, is why the mainstream media has fallen apart. Constantly speaking down to people, making assumptions about people, talking about, I went to Harlow College and I've got a degree in journalism. I don't know, but I know. You know? I don't know, but I know. Yeah, Piers. Well, as a reporter, you should know that you probably shouldn't get all of your information from Wikipedia. I didn't take the bait. I didn't respond to him. But the facts of the matter are, I too also have a degree in journalism. In fact, I have more degrees than Piers Morgan does.
Halfway.
I have a bachelor's degree in journalism and in English, and he just has one in journalism. But I don't like little lies. When there is one lie, there's 20. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, which is why I didn't say it. But it is funny. He's a reporter.
How does it not matter? Y'all see this here? Y'all see this here? Candace, why is it that when people are researching this on your education, it's still coming up that you did not get a degree? Education. She began studying journalism at the University of Rhode Island, but left before completing her degree in her junior year. It never said you went back to school. Why is it still saying that, Candace? Why is it still saying that? I'm just saying.
There's 20.
But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, which is why I didn't say it. But it is funny. He's a reporter.
Unbelievable. She seemed to be so mad about that. Oh, more information. Yeah, no one got this off of this is not off of Wikipedia. Y'all see here? Let's see. He's just got some information up that he's letting play. She attended the University of Rhode Island and graduated. I don't know where you get this from. And graduated with, y'all see at the bottom? With a double, hold on. With a double bachelor's in English and journalism. Y'all see that at the bottom? What website is this from? Travels from Nashville, Tennessee. Did she pay someone to say this? A double bachelor's degree, a double bachelor's in English and in journalism. Oh my God. Oh man, this is why I went to the school and just got an email from the school. Candace, why does this have to be so confusing? Why can't you just show your degrees?
Told you guys this before, and I'm going to tell you again in case you weren't here when I said this at SAS last year. Right now in this country, this is a fact, we have never handed out more degrees ever in the history of this country, right? And yet we have never produced kids coming out of university that are so dumb. The IQ level is dropping. That is a fact. That doesn't make—
Based on what evidence? Because we can see that you're dumb, but we just want to know, what are the statistics? What numbers are you using? What poll or research you have to back that up? I mean, we can definitely say one came out dumber than you went in. Candace Amber Owens. Yeah, you're one. Can you give us the evidence on the rest? You're claiming that to be a fact. We can say that's a fact about you, Candace.
Makes sense. If people are getting dumber, how is it plausible that we are handing out more degrees? Well, because that is by design. Facts of the matter are, I too also have a degree in journalism. In fact, I have more degrees than Piers Morgan does. Halfway. I have a bachelor's degree in journalism and in English, and he just has one in journalism. Yeah. The truth is that I grew up poor. I was the third of a family with 4 children. My mom didn't even graduate high school, actually. And my family didn't have the money to send me to college. So I took out a ton of loans, student loans, Sallie Mae loans. And then don't quote me on the year, but I think it was 2010, Sallie Mae had a big collapse. And they said, you can't go back for your senior year because we can no longer fund you to go back for your senior year. So I dropped out temporarily. And then when I had my own money and paid off my student loans, which was something like $150,000 in student loans, which is absurd to me. Such a predatory system. You're literally preying on poor people. Disgusting. That's what usury is all about. Once I paid down my student loans, I re-enrolled to finish my last year. And so I have 2 degrees, actually.
Yeah, that's it, Ticket.
Tell you again, in case you weren't here when I said this at SAS last year. Right now in this country, this is a fact, we have never.
While she's promoting a book about college scam. Y'all see that at the bottom? She was out here promoting a book about college scam, about college being a scam, I guess. You can't, hold on, let me take down the captions right quick. Receive a copy of The College Scam for a gift of any amount. Candace, have you ever donated to anything? This is her out on tour promoting a book called The College Scam, while she goes back and lies about having 2 degrees, 2 bachelor's degrees. Yeah, you can't make this up. You can't make this stuff up.
Handed out more degrees ever in the history of this country.
We'll pull up the email again.
Right? And yet we have never produced kids coming out of university that are so dumb. The IQ level is dropping. That is a fact. That doesn't make sense. If people are getting dumber, how is it plausible that we are handing out more degrees? Well, because that is by design. The idea is to make a bunch of people that are actually really stupid. Really stupid. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to spend $100,000 on a degree in gender studies? I mean, wow. 4 years.
Oh, well, the same thing can be asked of you, Candace, with journalism in English, something you're not utilizing well. And then you dropped out. So at least they're obtaining their degree and they can show a copy of their degree. You said you spent $150,000, and that's after having dropped out your 3rd year. You didn't even finish. Why were you taking so much student loans out? That's a lot of money to be taking out in student loans. $150,000, and you only got to your 3rd year. Who's the stupid one here?
You're studying something that I learned the first day in kindergarten. That's the boys' bathroom. That's the girls' bathroom. Okay, thanks. Thanks.
She's
but
not funny at all.
imagine that adult, that young adult who went to school for 4 years to be confused about basic facts, who spent plausibly hundreds of thousands of dollars for that meaningless degree, who then goes out into the world and realizes that nobody wants to hire them because who the heck needs a gender studies major for anything? When's the last time you looked at your phone and said, oh crap, I need a gender studies major? It's going to be a tornado out there. We better make sure the gender studies majors are alert. Oh my gosh, my AC broke. Where are the gender studies? Nobody ever in the history of the world has needed a gender studies major. No one. No, it's common sense.
And not at one point did YouTube ever need people to create a channel that had a double bachelor's degree of journalism or English, because anyone can do it. Candace, and if they did, they want someone that completed it, both, and can show proof of it. Why did I have to email your school, girl?
That's not a real degree. The only thing you can do with that degree is probably go right back into the education system that taught you that lie, right? You can become a professor in gender studies, something stupid like that. And so when those people get into the world and they realize that nobody
not
wants
funny
them,
at all.
that this is not a career path, that actually the free markets spits them back out, they become angry and they become bitter, and they don't know who to train that bitterness on. Who can I be angry at? I did everything right. I listened to my professors. I got A's. I have a degree. Right? This pompous attitude of me is nothing. What can you produce? What can you provide in this world? I don't care. I actually would prefer it if you went to a trade school, right? Learn to work with your hands. And who do they blame? Well, they blame successful people, not the government, not the university system. No, the university system is the only place they can go. And so they become angry at people who found.
This is coming from someone that claims to have 2 bachelor's degrees. Why don't you just show your degrees, Candace, and be proud of it? You're either mad that you paid $150,000, or you're proud that you earned 2 bachelor's degrees. Which is it? You see the spirit of confusion and dumb buffoonery coming through on her? Why not show your degrees? Why not have it hanging on the wall in your studio in the basement of your house? Why would you just not hang it up? Simple questions. Simple questions, Candace. You can't even answer that.
Success. They become angry at those people who didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in school, but can in fact fix an AC in the middle of the summer. People that work with cars, people that work with their hands. They think, how can this idiot be making more money than me? Oh, because the free markets responds to that person that you think is an idiot. Because let me tell you something. Have you ever had your AC break in the summertime in Tennessee? You're paying any amount, buddy. I don't care what he's charging.
I know, right?
Great. $10,000? Okay, we'll find it somewhere, right? Because we actually need these individuals in our society. And so the only thing left for those people to do, because they're so angry, is to march against life, right? Pick any cause and they march against it, right? They're basically letting you know that they have failed.
Because candy asses love to sit here and tell me what they think I know. First of all, you don't watch my channel either because I've already covered this. I knew he was posting up this video. I just didn't watch it because I wanted to watch it with my audience. I wanted to watch it with the Luxers. I've already covered this myself. I actually emailed the school. I don't need to watch all of her podcasts to be able to go on a simple fact-finding mission. If I want to truly know if she got a degree, I just emailed the school. I don't need to listen to Candace to get answers to those types of questions. Why would I? When she lies all the time. She won't even produce evidence of her degrees. Why in the world would I watch more of her podcast to hear her actually just lie more? No, none of this does her justice. All it does is just shows how much more hypocritical she is. So the concept is you should not want me to watch all of her podcasts to find out if she has a degree. You should be thinking outside the box. If the candy asses can just do so and actually emailing the schools, which is exactly what the hell I did. I don't need to get any information from Candace. This girl teaches me nothing. She's not smart. There's nothing she teaches me. Nothing. Everything she says can be challenged. And for what she tries to purport as a fact, she has no evidence to support it. I hope you enjoyed that letter, Candace. DHS and all of that in the building where your attorneys work. Yeah. Ciao, boo. Yeah, the asses really think they come over here. Y'all have no power over here, honey. We just laugh at you.
In life. And so they march against people that are too normal. They march against people that look happy because misery loves company. And I'm telling you, do not give it to them. Do not give them that company.
Oh man, all right. That was Jay Witt, y'all. Shout out to Jay Witt. That was funny. Hey, he had some good montages. I'll give it to him. I will give it to him. So let's go back to here's Candace Owens' video, y'all. The dance at the top of it all. You know, the one where the candy asses the boy, they get mad when you don't sit here and worship the ground she walks on as if you owe her that. Nope, we don't. We don't owe her nothing. Let's go to right quick, just to remind you all of the email, because in all that getting, get some understanding. I will not get understanding from Candace Owens. She has none to give. But I will share the email once again that I received from the school, the University of Rhode Island, where I asked if a degree, confirmation of a degree being awarded to Candace Amber Owens with DOB. Let me zoom in. 042989. I only request confirmation of a degree being awarded and not the degree or any other information itself because I didn't want to violate the laws regarding HIPAA or personal identifiable information that is not available to the public because Candace, unlike you, I have integrity, heifer. I have integrity, heifer. Your name, your date of birth, that's public information. I don't need to know your student ID number. I don't need to know your transcript or any of that. If you have a degree, you're the one that should be wanting to put that up and show everybody your degree. It makes me wonder if this guy was paid to say this. I don't know. I'm asking questions. It just makes me wonder. Where there's no other information, Candace doesn't want to actually show off her degrees. And after having asked this question, this is the answer that I got from Jack Humphrey, who is the Senior Associate Director of Registrar Enrollment Services, University of Rhode Island, Green Hall, Kingston, Rhode Island. You all see that information here. Because I said, whatever they send me, I will post it up. In journalism, when it comes to presenting facts and information, you shouldn't have feelings involved. I could question whether or not this man may have said this just to say it because of who I'm asking it for. I'm asking about this for Candace Owens. Maybe he knows Candace Owens. Maybe he wants to perpetuate the lie. Maybe he's trolling me. Maybe. I don't know. I'm asking questions. But see, here's the thing. If this person is lying, if John Humphrey is lying, then guess what? That can be debunked by going on the student clearinghouse and then just biting down the bullet and paying $20 to get some sort of verification from that website. So this could be corroborated with that. I just don't feel like paying $20. I don't want to pay $20. Any one of you out there want to go on student clearinghouse and get an actual verification? It'll actually print out and it will tell you the degree she received, the year she graduated, all of that. How many other degrees she received from this same school. It will give you that information. If it turns out to where it's another school that she got the degree from, then that would prove that John Humphrey lied. But see, that's something I can ask questions and just go to another system to have corroborated. But I didn't withhold this. That would be deceptive. I put it out there. This is going back to Tuesday this past week on November 18th. And John Humphrey at uri.edu is the email. If you guys pull up the school website, you look in the enrollment department, you will see John Humphrey as the senior associate director. The associate director. I went to the top. So if the top is lying, then he'll just lie. But I'll have corroborating evidence from the student clearinghouse to show that he lied. It wouldn't be in his best interest to do that. He said an individual with that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island. I didn't ask for specifics because I didn't want to violate any privacy laws. I just asked for confirmation. I don't need to watch Candace to do this. It's not necessary. He could be a candy ass. Who knows? But here's the thing. I can easily debunk it by going on the student clearinghouse, paying the $20 and get the actual verification. And it'll give me that information. So if I pull that and student clearinghouse says something different, then we could call John Humphrey a liar. Then we'll have both information side by side. And I'm sure the school will not want a liar working there. So he better hope that he's telling me the truth. That's how that goes. Why would I need to watch Candace's videos for this? For what? If she's going to lie, we're just going in circles. You need to watch more of her stuff. No, I don't. I'm not a brainwashed cult member. Nope. When we watch her stuff, we have to watch it together for comfort and for fun. But this is what it says. She's saying she's got 2 degrees. He's saying a degree. I don't believe she wouldn't be able to get a dual bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island in journalism or English because the school does not have that type of program. They don't have a dual degree program where you can get 2 bachelor's degree in journalism and English. The entire school does not offer that. So for what she's saying, if she's saying she's got a double bachelor's degree, that would not be true at URI. That would not be true. So she's definitely lying about the number of degrees she has. But yet, if she paid all that money for it, why won't she be proud enough to post up the degrees? Why won't she just show people her degrees? She's a narcissist. Why would she not want to shut people up and just show the degrees if she has them? So let's say we ended up finding information from clearinghouse and we do a verification. How does John Humphrey, how do you think that will make you look? telling me she has a degree. How you think that's gonna make you look? I'm just saying. Chabu. It's so crazy. She, we don't need to watch her nonsense to hear her lie. We'll just email the school. Because that's called journalism. That's how it works, Candace, you heifer. Journalism. You call the school yourself. You kidding me? Y'all, let's get to the video. Oh, Lord. Something about Valhalla. All right. So we all have to watch this together. I need to figure out why this is.
All right, you guys.
No. Hold on a second. Can somebody tell me why the letters are dark? Is it just me? Why are the letters so dark?
Happy Friday. Some more
Explain it. I really want to brighten up these letters. Can someone tell me how to brighten the letters up? Why aren't they showing like white in the background? Anybody know? This makes no sense. It's so dark. This used to come up white. That's what I'm saying. Should I take it off the ambient mode? Maybe that's it. Oh, let's try that. Let's see how that works. All right. Y'all, let's get into it. See you in Valhalla. There's something, because Norse mythology. All right. Put a one in the chat when you can see in here. Let's go.
Interesting tips are coming in. It seems that company.
In the beginning.
Yeah. Okay, so that interview that I did with Charlie back when my show was on PragerU's network is becoming increasingly prophetic. At the end of every one of those interviews, I would ask the questions from my viewers to whoever it was that I was interviewing. And this is the question that came in for Charlie, and this is how Charlie chose to answer that question. Take a listen.
Okay, who is, I already know this. You kind of already touched on this. Your all-time favorite historical figure, is it Milton Friedman or is there someone else? Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I would say, I got to always say Jesus Christ probably. Wow, that is a great question. Historical figure. So just to make it fun, let's just say before 1850.
Okay, he's amending your question.
Whoever this is. Susie from Buffalo. I'm so sorry. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing, stunning. Right? That's the Mensa. I mean, I'm kidding. So I love the American founding fathers. Ben Franklin, I always really enjoyed. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson I think are too cliche. So one I really enjoy that I just love learning from is Julius Caesar. I think he's one of the most interesting historical figures. If you want to talk about someone who lived a full life,
right? It's
Julius Caesar. From conquering northern Germania to surviving and winning a Roman civil war,
right,
to an unusual alliance and quelling a rebellion with Cleopatra, to eventually ending the Roman Republic, to starting the Roman Empire, and then seeing the people that he benefited the most turn against him.
Right.
I think there's something very tragic and very interesting about that. So I think it's one of the most interesting, and you could learn, if there's something to learn about humanity, you could learn it through the prism of Julius Caesar.
Man, that sure is something to hear him say that. The people who benefited the most turned against him. Gaius Julius Caesar, that is correct, a general who had rightfully earned the respect of the people for leading them through the Gallic wars, a statesman, and finally a leader who in the end was betrayed and famously assassinated by the very people that he helped to build up. A conspiracy, a plot to murder him, which included a lot of people, politicians, of course, the senators, military men, close friends and confidants, the most infamous, of course, being Brutus. Now, some reports say that he viewed Brutus as a son. That's how close they were. Of course, that didn't stop Brutus from plunging the knife into him. 23 times Julius Caesar was stabbed by senators, and of course, Brutus, leading to the famed Shakespearean expression, and et tu, Brute. Et tu. You as well, you too. Wow, you have turned against me as well. Now, why was he?
When did Charlie Kirk ever say that his dying words was not et tu, Brute? What is she talking about? Like, what is she? You can't make this up. Candace is literally trying to destroy any and every person in his life. Y'all, whenever I do these freeze frames, I'm telling you right now, it's just, I'm just pausing the video. I haven't seen this because I can't watch this stuff by myself. I think I would have nightmares. I would have nightmares if I had to watch this without you all. So I can't watch this alone. I don't understand there's nothing behind those eyes. See, my discernment tells me, Candace, that you are soulless and sinister. You're more evil. You have no care or concern about his family, his parents, his wife, his children, nothing. You have nothing here. That's why it looks like a black void behind those eyes. Nothing's there. You can't make this up.
They're assassinated because, I don't know, he was too good, too adored, too respected by the people, thereby a threat somehow to the establishment of politics. He doesn't like to see somebody come through the ranks and achieve what they perceive to be power that they can't control. Yeah, the Bible's very clear that there is nothing new under the sun, and it appears that history is present again. Judas, Brutus, in the future, when we are long gone from this world, who do you guys think is going to be the person remembered most for this act of betrayal against Charlie? Not me, that's for sure. It's not going to be Candace Owens, okay? No one's going to be saying, et tu, Candace, et tu.
You're the only one betraying him right now. What are you talking about? You're lying about his company with an endowment. Wolves and Finance was wrong. He said it was unethical to invest in the stock market when an endowment is nothing more than an investment account. So investing in the stock market is 100% legal and ethical. It is exactly what that account is for. Neither one of those two thunkheads could be factual with that, and that is based on research. I had to debunk them on that. She still has yet to expand on how they can get an additional extension from the IRS for 3 months with justifiable cause. And I think that the CEO being assassinated is more than enough reasonable cause for the IRS to grant them an additional 3-month extension to submit their tax forms. If anyone is being deceptive here, especially intentionally deceptive, it's Candace Owens. No one's sitting here calling her out on anything, but she feels the need to have to keep calling out any person. I mean, the man's pastor. She has attacked the man of God, Rob McCoy, so many times. I just don't see how you think you can undo that. But she doesn't care. Candace does not care. And if this all comes down to, I don't want anyone saying I betrayed him. Who said you did? It's like she's guilty. And she's trying to get ahead of it because she's guilty. You feel some sort of guilt, Candace? Your guilty conscience is screaming, girl.
Ooh. I can tell you that right now in government, there is real panic. There is real discussion happening regarding the Egyptian planes. I was informed that yesterday evening because I'm getting the sense that they hold the key to solving Charlie's assassination. The media keeps trying these weird ways to debunk them. And we're going to find out. I've been confident from the beginning that this was not going to be a JFK assassination story. We are going to figure out who that foreign dignitary was who went to 920 North King on the morning of Charlie's assassination, who flew from Provo and landed into Wilmington, Delaware.
Wouldn't you have the passengers list? Because you claim you can get all this information. Mind you now, the 920 North Kings, that building is where her attorneys work. She didn't tell any of you all that. She didn't even tell you all her attorney's law firm is in that building. I did. Her attorneys work there. The same attorneys that are representing her in the Macron lawsuit. All three of them. Hence my thumbnail from yesterday. She didn't say that. She tried to do a post where she said, oh, that was information I chose to leave out. No, that's lying by omission, Candace. You said that about everyone else. And yet your cult, like, Candace, think somehow you leaving that vital information out is not lying by omission, because, definitions of terms change depending on what cult leader you're talking about, I guess. That's how it works. You talk about their cult leader, then all of a sudden, they don't understand complex terms. But when she says it, somehow it makes sense. No. You should have said that my attorneys work in this building, by the way, people, because I don't want anyone to put it out there and then to try to give this idea that, I'm withholding that information. Still not going to flat out say it, girl. Yeah, okay.
On the morning of Charlie's assassination is a very important question that needs answering. Gotta tell you guys that we received another email, this time from somebody in the military, who informed us about another piece that we were missing that could be crucial to this puzzle, taking a more serious look into that 1 hour layover stop when our yellow plane, SUBTT, tail number, came into the United States on September 4th. You might recall it stopped for just 1 hour in Minot, North Dakota, which I learned has an Air Force base. It pretty much is just the Air Force base, by the way, before making its way onto Provo. And here, I'm going to read to you that email that I received. It says, "Hi, Candace, I am blank. One of the good ones, military member, one of the good ones. I think one of the keys to not overlook here is BTT's stopover in Minot, North Dakota. Why stop there at all on the 4th? Why not fly direct to Provo? Not only does Minot have an FBI office, but it also has an Air Force base. Among other tenants, that Air Force base is home to the 891st Missile Security Forces Squadron, a combined military and civilian security force that had just come off of Operation Valhalla, a training exercise in Minnesota from the 24th to the 29th of August, where the security forces practice long-range shooting practice, among other things. Remember on September 12th when Kash Patel ended his press conference with, quote, 'Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, my brother. We have the watch and I'll see you in Valhalla.' Yeah, very interesting thing to say. I don't believe in coincidences." That's how he ended the email, telling me to keep up the hard work. And so we investigated that, and that fact checked true, right? Minot definitely.
How did you investigate it? Where's your documentation to show what came out of your so-called investigation? You understand why this is she's so full of crap? Show your evidence. You investigated how? By doing what? Not even a method here? Yeah, I'm going to read an email. I'm going to say we investigated. Checked out true. And we're moving on. What do you mean? Where's the evidence to show that you verified this? How did you corroborate that? This email came from her tip hotline, y'all. She doesn't know if she's being trolled. Candace, you have no idea if you're being trolled. You have no idea, do you, girl? You have no idea if there are a smart group of people that knows how to put some conspiratorial plan together and send all of that to your email tip. None. You have no idea, because she doesn't know how to vet her tips. So keep at it, those who are doing that. Keep trolling her. It's funny and entertaining at this point.
Definitely is home to exactly what we
You're
are
welcome.
telling you. I didn't know anything, by the way, about the city of Minot. I can tell you that North Dakota in general is not a very populous state. Approximately 750,000 people statewide. Okay. And in Minot, there are just 45,000 people, and that includes 5,000 people who are stationed there at the Minot Air Force. And it is home, as he indicated, to a global command strike center, which has participations between various countries on joint exercises. And we can show you right here that in the weeks leading up to Charlie's assassination, I mean, literally what he says, August 24th, 29th, Operation Valhalla took place in neighboring Minnesota. So they took the Minot boys and they took them over to Minnesota, and it included the military and, of note, the civilians. That's interesting. Of note, civilians, and they trained from August 25th to August 29th. And we can read the details of that here. And by details, I mean, this is what the public was told about what they were training for, okay? So this is on the Minot Air Force Base website. It says Operation Valhalla Strike was a week.
Yeah, because no one can take something like this that was to the public, make a whole new storyline from it, and email it to you as a tip. Candace, you're bad at this, girl. She has no idea she's being trolled.
Long training where the 891st Squadron from Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota, traveled to Camp Ripley Training Center in Minnesota, August 24th, 29th, 2025. They had advanced training focused on air-based ground defense and nuclear security tactics, the bread and butter of the squadron's mission. The training, called Operation Valhalla Strike, allowed the unit to complete requirements not possible at the Minot Air Force Base, including full-distance live fire exercises. Camp Ripley provided full-distance firing ranges, which allowed defenders to hone their rifle marksmanship and machine gun proficiency, exceeding the capabilities of standard Air Force 25-meter training ranges. Okay, the squadron of more than 250 dedicated airmen and civilians supporting the 91st Missile Wing's global deterrence mission by defending the United States with the world's premier combat-ready intercontinental ballistic missile force. Okay, cool. And yeah, it sure must be something of just a...
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, because she has nothing else to say, Candace. You've attacked our United States military and accused them of being in on this conspiracy of doing something to one civilian. Like it or not, and this is not to be abrasive or mean, Charlie Kirk is just one civilian in a country where there's at least 350 plus million Americans. Why would the United States military be involved in the murder of one civilian? Boy, the fact that we can just throw her off so good. There's some creative people out there that's concocted up a whole thing because she's so conspiratorial. She's just going to read whatever. And people are figuring that out. People are figuring out that if you send something to Candace Owens' tip line, and if it is the most fantastical conspiratorial story you could come up with, she's going to read it and not ask questions. She's not going to follow up. She's not vetting anything. And all you have to do is attach an article that is available to the public about some training exercise. And bam, she's got a whole nother video. My spirit does discern that Candace is a fool who has no idea of when she's being trolled because she does not do research at all. Nor does she read, nor will she show her actual degrees that she's earned, allegedly. These 2 degrees. Yeah, no, she won't even put them in the background of her studio. Hang it on the wall. Nope, won't even do that. Won't even show her phone in a video or hold it up to a camera when she's trying to debunk someone who's already proven that her text messages are fake. You know, when there's an opportunity for her to provide evidence, she doesn't. She just says, I investigated. It checked out to be true. But doesn't tell you how, what method, the documentation of the evidence, none of that. I showed you all an email I sent to the school and the response they sent back. As much as I know I can ask questions about it, I still gave you the core information. She's just taking whatever's coming out of that tip line. You can't make this up. Candace, did you enjoy that letter about the office that your attorneys work in? I hope you enjoyed that.
Dedicated airmen and civilians supporting the 91st Missile Wing's global deterrence mission by defending the United States with the world's premier combat-ready intercontinental ballistic missile force.
Oh, dear Lord.
Okay, cool. And yeah, it sure must be something of just a coincidence that Valhalla, which kind of struck everybody as odd, as was him going 33 hours. It was like there was a press conference that was happening for the American people, but he was signaling to other people who were like in the club to know what they needed to understand about what happened. Do you know what I mean? That's how I felt about Kash Patel's press conference and things that he was saying. Something felt weird about it. 33 hours. And of course, yes, he did say something about Valhalla.
Oh,
let's take a listen to what Kash Patel said.
Lastly,
I know, right?
To my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Probably just a coincidence, you guys.
Oh, no. We'll see Charlie Kirk on the training field. Are you serious? We'll see Charlie Kirk in Operation Valhalla, y'all. Oh Lord, Candace, you just read those tips and you don't think twice about it. And the more fantastical they become, the more you read them. And then you try to find things to try to fit the tip that you did not research yourself. So she's concocting the story as she goes along. And then she creates a script because all her shows are pre-scripted and pre-recorded. Candace, you're going to continue to be trolled through that tip line. And I'm letting you know you are. I hope you enjoyed that letter.
That this operation also fits just so neatly into our timeline. I love timelines. I love neat timelines.
Oh, no.
So let's pull that up again.
That she's
I'm also
off
going to
by
introduce
2
a couple
hours on.
of corrections to yesterday. First and foremost, July 20th, we talked.
Yeah, the timelines need to be in Utah time because she doesn't understand anything else.
Talked about BTT, which came in for its longest trip. That's correct. From Cairo, it went through to Paris, and then it went to Omaha, Nebraska. I think yesterday I said that it stayed in Wilmington for 6 days. No, it only stayed in Wilmington for one night. It stayed in Nebraska for the longest stretch yet, departing from Nebraska, from Lincoln, Nebraska in particular. And this 6-day stretch of what they were doing in Nebraska actually might offer us a clue, because during this stretch on July 22nd, the Nebraskan Secretary of State, Bob Evans, announced that they were going to put together a trade and investment delegation to Cairo, Egypt. What are the odds? You got this plane from Cairo, Egypt, and we're going to pull this up and show you. And suddenly you got this guy, Bob Evans, and he says, yeah, you know what? Let's plan a trip to Cairo and see if we can make some money with them. I'm going to let you listen to, I think we have a news clip that will show you that happened.
Nebraska Secretary of State Bob Evans is inviting business and industry leaders to take part in a trade mission, investment mission to Egypt later this year.
Hit the like button,
Egypt's
y'all.
position
Hit
in
that
North
like
Africa
button.
makes it an ideal gateway to doing business in the greater Middle East region, and our state excels in several sectors that Egypt is keen to invest in, including agricultural goods, manufacturing, water management, medical technology, and more. The mission is currently scheduled for October 26th through November 2nd. However, the dates are subject to change. Those interested in joining the delegation to Egypt can visit the Secretary of State's website or contact the office to learn more.
And I want to say to my Nebraskans, we should probably figure out, I didn't have time to do this, we should go through a schedule and see who we met with, because I feel like that idea might be.
She didn't have time to do that at all, because that would be part of that vetting process to see if, this video is real, if someone is just not still trolling Candace. If someone is dealing with content creators that just made this video up, we should definitely vet this stuff to see if these are coming from a real news station, and that this person if they met with the individual here. We should probably go through that, right? She's admitting she had no time to vet this. She doesn't know where this came from, and she just pulled it up. It could have been a gag. It's a gift. It's a joke being played on her. She has no idea.
Contact the office to learn more.
And I want to say to my Nebraskans, we should probably figure out, I didn't have time to do this, we should go through a schedule and see.
You should probably figure out, I didn't have time to do this. Go through the schedule.
See who we met with, because I feel like that idea might be related to our planes. I just don't think people in Nebraska are sitting around like, hey, we should go to Cairo, Egypt. And it happens to line up with this plane that comes in, comes in on the exact same day. I also, minor correction, I think yesterday I said that Tucker spoke on July 18th. He actually spoke on July 11th. I just kind of copy and pasted.
Yeah, because you're off by a whole week, because Utah time.
That overwrong, so we made that correction. Anyways, we can then see that we've added this edition. This Valhalla is now here on our timeline from August 24th or 29th. They have this joint operation Valhalla that's taking place at Camp Ripley, and we are really getting tight here. We are talking about T-minus 12 days until Charlie Kirk is going to be assassinated. And here's what...
and she still can't point to the person that pulled the trigger. Yeah, because she has no idea she's being trolled. She has no idea if half this stuff is even real. Whoever did this has told the greatest story ever in real time. Just to F with Candace Owens. And I'm here for it.
I hope you guys are seeing here why I have said this was so clearly a military operation. Everything about this story is military. Okay. we are receiving tips, and we had been receiving tips I had ignored previously, that the French Foreign Legion was involved somehow in the assassination. Time will tell, okay? And I will present that more formally when I feel like we have concrete evidence.
You're welcome,
but we have begun the process of sharing information with other content creators, because there's something about this that feels that holding information is not going to help us. We have to, as soon as we get it, spread it with people that we trust, people that are actually fighting for Charlie, people that are actually going Max and telling the truth during this tremendous time of deceit. And what
I'm going Max. I went straight to URI and emailed them about their degree. I'm still waiting on you to actually show the degree. And then they never said you got 2 of them. We could go to the clearinghouse. We can go Max with that. And we have to pay $19.99 for it. But, whatever. I mean, we can go Max on a lot of things. Yeah, I went Max on pulling up the fact that your law firm, your attorneys work in that same building in Wilmington, Delaware, where you said you don't understand the importance of Wilmington, Delaware. Candace, you'll understand when you start flying there to have to go to court hearings. I've been looking at the court calendar as well. Why don't you and your attorneys, Candace, request a hearing on your motion to dismiss and to strike the First Amendment complaint? When are you all going to go ahead and request a hearing on that? Stop stalling. That case is going to happen. That lawsuit is already filed, and the matter is going to be heard in court. Stop stalling and playing games, Candace. You should be focused on that. But no, you're too busy entertaining us while you're being trolled through your tip line. So, whatever. But you need to schedule a hearing for that motion to be heard.
I can say for certain thus far is that the list of military connects in this story is just too long, okay? Charlie Surgeon, Dr. Lee Trotter, the alleged surgeon who apparently spoke about the miracle, we're supposed to assume spoke about the miracle, the 30-06. Again, he's not been confirmed, but we are pretty solid. This is our guy who happens to be a pilot who did his residency at an Air Force base. Oh, okay, that's interesting. We told you that Dr. Deidre Amaro is the medical examiner, Charlie's medical examiner, who they've curiously not wanted to address publicly. Yeah, I told you she's also a major in the military. Oh, who would have thunk it? Andrew Colvett, obviously, his brother and his cousin are captains in the military. As a fact, Frank Turek, who's there for the assassination, is a naval flight officer. His sons are in the Air Force. That's a fact. McCoy's naval intelligence background in psychological operations because of Granddad. And
yeah, boy, the military is having fun with this one here. They're like, yeah, you go ahead and just... What's the next page of this story going to be? We got to make sure we have some twists and turns in this. Make sure you guys email Candace, something about the blue plane and the yellow plane having a baby. I think it should be considered highlight lime green. Operation Lime Green, where the blue plane and the yellow plane ends up mating and having a kid. And so lime green now is what comes out of blue and yellow is green. So lime green then flies from Provo straight to the hospital on top of that roof. And now you see this lime green Egyptian plane sitting on the top of the hospital roof. That's weird. Candace, they're having fun with you, girl. I hope you know that. We're all enjoying this.
Famed, actually, is granted the McCoys famed. There was like a fleet of ships named after the McCoys. Very high up military. The only 2 videos that we have that were recorded allegedly of the shooter. First and foremost, the video of him running away after the shot way too fast. If he was actually crouched down shooting, common sense, it's too fast. You couldn't be in a sprint that quickly. For anybody that's actually fired a rifle, you know that. You can't go from a crouching position to a full sprint in a split second. Well, that video was recorded by a person that is in the ROTC. I hunted that person down. Very strange. They didn't want to be involved and sent it through 3 people to release onto the internet. And then it is boosted. And that's the video that everybody sees. It's supposed to make us think that.
No one needs to be involved with you. They owe you nothing, girl. Candace, no one owes you anything. That ought to show you how little power she actually has. We don't care about your bots or your cult members. We don't. When someone working on a campus is telling you no, Phil Lyman telling you kick rocks, people you reaching out to trying to get interviews, they all telling you to kick rocks. That means you have no power, Candace. You're just screaming loudly. You're loud and wrong. But I am loving the fact that people are trolling the crap out of you, sending you all of these imaginary stories to your tip line. I'm loving it. I think it should continue to happen. Please keep trolling her. Continue to troll Candace Amber Owens Farmer by sending her the craziest, most kookiest things that you can come up with regarding these planes. You know, baby green plane soon to come. That plane to be landing somewhere on the hospital. Because you just can't make this up. Yeah, keep on with that. Because she doesn't vet her tip line. And I mean, anything fantastical. We can start incorporating Martians from outer space, you know, because the planes were able to intercept a mysterious plane in the sky. And that mysterious plane, it only had 6 people on it. And none of them looked like they were human beings. You won't believe it, Candace. Yeah, somebody send that to her as a tip.
There was actually someone on that rooftop. Then there's a video the second video, which is the guy laying down before the shot, right? That also was recorded by a person in the military who actually teaches shooting.
Dear Lord.
So this is not a military campus, guys. Burton Hibbs, Butch, the brother of Pastor Jack Hibbs. Jack Hibbs phones up Charlie. He's like, hey, can my brother come and listen to you speak? I guess this, whatever, it was a hotbed. Older people just love Charlie Kirk in Utah. Very hard to find a student that was just, on campus that day and went to hear Charlie speak, probably because they barely advertised this event for a reason, obviously. God. I think they wanted to control who's there. And there could have been a lot of people there that were controlled military men. That's my viewpoint. But Burton Hibbs, Butch, is the brother of Pastor Jack Hibbs, obviously sons, I showed you, of an Air Force chief. Tyler Robinson is a Boy Scout whose uncle Mitchell may be related. People have pulled this off of the internet, and I don't have a photo for you today.
So now his uncle is about to catch it for no reason. Because Candace does not know how to stop doxing people, which is a cyber crime. So now you're about to get the uncle caught up. And for what? You think he want to have anything to do with this? Yeah, okay. So if you dox this person, you do realize that's another lawsuit coming your way, girl. And more people are going to start trolling you even harder because you keep doxing people. They have the right to live and exist in peace. They don't have to be trolled and doxed by Candace. Oh, let's get some comments in, y'all. I'm having fun with this baby green plane idea. I think that's a good idea. What's going on, Tom? But were the planes married before they had the lime green baby plane? You know what? We got to add that in somehow. Somehow the planes met and they married in 18 days, because the same time frame Candace and George married. Yeah, in 18 days. No, we'll pull it down to 18 minutes. Because in the air, in plain space, 1 minute equals a day. So 18 minutes, these two planes met, fell in love, married, and had baby lime green plane. And then they told baby lime green plane, you must go on a mission. You got to land over there at the hospital. And we're going to go over here to Provo. You go to the hospital and we'll see you soon. See you in the sky, son. Yeah, you can't make this up. Hey, Mira, how you doing? What's going on? Sometimes, or was it born out of plain wedlock? Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Yeah, it was. Let's just say they got married in 18 minutes. Utah time and all. Candace is already off by 2 hours, so they could have gotten hitched. See that 2 hour time loss? Blue plane and yellow plane could have gotten hitched. They had time to have some marital fun, and then next thing you know, yellow plane's pregnant because we're just gonna say yellow plane's for the mommy. And she gave birth in the air. Baby lime green plane just popped out. He came out and he advanced real quick, within that 2 hour flight. And then they gave him a mission to go to the hospital and wait there. While the blue and yellow plane entertained the idea of going to a military base with subcontractors, something with, Valhalla. It went back in time to visit the Vikings. Then it came back. It's something else. They went on a whole journey. The Vikings of Valhalla was like, what y'all doing here? We don't see stuff like this in this time zone. You're in the wrong era. Then they came back. They went through a time warp. Did y'all know that? The blue and yellow Egyptian planes went through a time hole. That's how they was able to stay on task, because Candace did not understand what UTC meant. So they went through a time hole. Obviously, right? Plain fornication. Obviously, they went through a time hole, because you got to make up for the 2-hour time gap, right? So they went through a time hole. In that wormhole, they saw the Vikings actually fighting on the field. And then they were like, wait a minute, we see the Vikings of Valhalla below. And then the Vikings of Valhalla are looking up in the sky like, is that a blue and yellow Egyptian plane? Does my eyes deceive me? Do we see the machinery of mankind flying in the air? Valhalla! Then it came back through the time hole, and here we are. You can't make this stuff. Yeah, my stomach hurts.
I should have grabbed it. Amber Robinson, there's just photos of them visiting an Uncle Mitchell. Is this a Mitchell that allegedly convinced him to turn himself in? Who's working? He's very much involved in the military. I believe with shooting in Ukraine, of all places. It's getting shady. And of course, our now infamous planes, SUBTT and SUBNT, are Egyptian military planes. And every plane that seems to be flying over UVU that day is somehow military contracted planes. So are we supposed to think that this is all by coincidence? Or are we looking at...
It's all made up. Y'all keep trolling her in that tip line. This is getting good. Please let the planes have a baby. It's got to be called Baby Lime Green. Operation Baby Lime Green. Okay? Please throw that in there for me. That'll be a shout out to me if I see the next tip says Baby Lime Green.
An obvious military operation. And here's something else that I want to share with you. As I reviewed this footage, and any time that I think that somebody is shady or somebody is brought to my attention that is involved or I would like more information on, they happen to be wearing a maroon shirt. Have you guys noticed this? Everybody that day, like I know, look, everybody is liberal and guys wear pink and, Abercrombie's a thing. But I've never in my life looked at every guy seems to be wearing maroon. That I'm like, who's this guy? Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Tyler Robinson, everyone's wearing a maroon shirt, as if they were told to wear maroon shirts to identify each other. I'm communicating this to you because it keeps coming up in my research. And I think it means something. I think we need to hone in on the men, the people in the audience that are wearing maroon shirts. I don't think it's your go-to color for most men. In fact, it was so often that I was seeing this color that I reached out to my source at Utah and I was like, maybe it's a school color. Maybe actually they're all buying shirts and buying t-shirts and the school color for UVU is maroon. And he told me, no, it's not maroon. So this feels like something that we shouldn't ignore. I was able.
You serious? Yo, hold on. I saw something on, because Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, he sent me something. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, shorts. He sent me something. I'm telling y'all, he sent me something. Hold on. Let me go back to it. Is it up? Jay, what did you post it up, man? I could have sworn he sent me something. Oh, here it is.
As I've reviewed this footage, and any time that I think that somebody is as I've reviewed this footage, and any time that I think that somebody is shady or somebody is brought to my attention that is involved or I would like more information on, they happen to be wearing a maroon shirt. Have you guys noted this? Everybody that day, like I know, but I've never in my life looked at, every guy seems to be wearing maroon. That I'm like, who is this guy? Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Tyler Robinson, where everyone's wearing a maroon shirt, as if they were told to wear maroon shirts to identify each other. I'm communicating this to you because it keeps coming up in my research. And I think it means something. I think we need to hone in on the men, the people in the audience that are wearing maroon shirts. I don't think it's your...
Y'all see him? Jay Witt wearing the maroon hoodie. And it's so crazy because that is his alma mater school colors. Jay Witt is my brother in Christ because he attended Morehouse College. Morehouse College is an HBCU in Atlanta. I attended Spelman College. We're like brother-sister schools. So whenever someone who went to Spelman, someone who went to Morehouse see each other, we call each other brother and sister because our schools are like brother and sister to each other. They're right next to each other on the same AU campus. So their school colors is maroon and I think white. And Spelman is like this baby blue, white, and yellow. So when he's seeing him maroon, he wears a lot of maroon because his school colors actually is maroon. We're talking about Jay Witt.
Go-to color for most men. In fact, it was so often that I was seeing this color that I reached out to my source and I was like, maybe it's a school color. Maybe actually they're all buying shirts and buying t-shirts and the school color is maroon.
Say my name.
Is maroon. This feels like something that we shouldn't ignore.
Yeah. Let me put this in the chat. Shout out to Jay Witt, y'all. Can y'all please make sure you put if I can get one of the mods to drop his YouTube channel link in the chat. Y'all make sure y'all check out that YouTube short. That is absolutely hilarious. Jay Witt, now I want a t-shirt. I want a t-shirt. I want a maroon colored Morehouse t-shirt that says I'm his Spelman sister. You can't make this out.
Was able to track down a couple of episodes ago. I was telling you this bush situation seems to be a little odd. People thought they saw somebody speaking to a bush, and I
hold on.
That is involved, or I would like more information on. They happen to be wearing a maroon shirt. Have you guys noticed this? Everybody that day, like I know. Look, everybody is liberal and guys wear pink and, Abercrombie's a thing.
This is ridiculous.
But I've never in my life looked at, every guy seems to be wearing maroon. But I'm like, who's this guy? Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Oh, he's wearing a maroon shirt. Kyle Robinson, everyone's wearing a maroon shirt as if they were told to wear maroon shirts to identify each other. I'm communicating this to you because it keeps coming up in my research. And I think it means something. I think we need to hone in on the men, the people in the audience that are wearing maroon shirts. I don't think it's your go-to color for most men. In fact, it was so often that I was seeing this color that I reached out to my source at Utah and I was like, maybe it's a school color. Maybe actually they're all buying shirts and buying t-shirts and the school color for UVU is maroon. And he told me, no, it's not maroon. So this feels like something that we shouldn't ignore. I was able to track down a couple of episodes ago. I was telling you this bush situation seems to be a little odd. People thought they saw somebody speaking to a bush and I was able to determine who that person was that kind of comes out of the bush. Again, not saying this person has done anything wrong, but unusually, when I went to check that person's socials, they had posted on September 10th about their bulletproof skateboard that, I don't know if it was like a promo for his skateboard or whatever it was, but didn't do any follow-up posts about Charlie Kirk. Nobody in his family posted about Charlie Kirk. You had a front row seat and you watched Charlie Kirk die. And I guess no social posts about it, wasn't interested, maybe wanted to stay out of it. And then I obviously find out that his dad is the head of, and I hope I'm saying that correct.
She's off script. Y'all can tell she's off script right now. Candace, read the script. Okay. Your tip hotline is already trolling you. All right. Because we're making sure of that. Because you're not smart enough to vet anything. So why don't you stick to the script? Why are you sitting here looking down off the camera and all of this other stuff? You can tell when she's off script because she's not looking at the camera. That's where behind the camera is where they're holding up or there's a screen scrolling the script. All she has to do is read it. George Farmer, you're slipping, bro. Just want you to know that you're slipping, George. George, you're slipping. What are you doing? He refuses to tell his wife to go make him a sandwich. This is insane. Yeah, how fantastical do you think these stories are going to get? By Christmas, are we still going to be on this subject? Next week is Thanksgiving. Y'all think she'll be still talking about this come December 1st? Just put a one in the chat if you think that this will be still going on into Christmas time. Put a one in the chat. Let me know. Let me know how y'all feel. Yeah, Lady Luck Club, she's going to be talking about this to New Year's. Like, are we going to have to deal with this for Christmas? I'm just trying to see here. Y'all let me know. One in the chat. I see one. She's still going to be talking about this come Christmas. Y'all let me know who else thinks that this is gonna be going into crazy. Catherine said, "What's going on?" Catherine says, "One, too lucrative. It's too lucrative. She can't stop talking about it. She's making too much money." S-File says 1. CC says 1. Mira says 1. Let's come on. It's 100. It's 92 people watching. You know, because the candy asses keep getting mad when I say that she's being trolled. Because that's the truth. Oh, girl, yes, you're being trolled. You're being trolled. I hope you enjoyed that letter about the building where your attorneys work. I'm saying well into 2026. Oh no. Oh no. Brady says 1. Diane, what's going on, Diane? Talk about dysfunctional relationships, child. Mira says she will be accusing Santa later on at Christmas. Y'all, I want to watch A Christmas Carol. Candace, you're not invited to the watch party because you're going to go and ruin the movie. She's going to be coming out talking about how Ebenezer Scrooge came back in time and he gave a letter and he was the one that came and visited me as the ghost of Christmas past. You know, the one I said where Charlie told me to avenge him. Y'all, it was really the ghost of Christmas past. That's how she gonna tie this in with Christmas. Y'all remember the vision that I had? Yes. So I had 3 ghosts visit me, actually. Okay. So I do believe that one of them, you know, was like a stingy old miser. And he had this British accent. I just couldn't understand it for the life of me. And when, you know, I think about it now that I just something reminded me of it. And now I'm beginning to believe that it was like, you know, 3 ghosts that came to me. And it came to me every hour. And it started on Christmas Eve. And it was like, you know, I thought it was Charlie, maybe not it was Charlie. You know, I know what I don't know, but I don't know. But it sounded like it was like the ghost of Christmas past with Ebenezer Scrooge. And then the ghost of Christmas present, he was wearing all green. And then what's to come, you know, I feel like it looked like all of Charlie Kirk's friends. They were the ghosts of Christmas yet to come. Like that's how this is gonna go. you can't make this up. The other shooter was coming from Santa's sleigh. Oh, Diane said, "No, Christ, the baby doesn't exist." Candace Owens, let's wait. Exactly. His father said, "Santa's sleigh cross paths with the blue plane." Oh, yes. That explains the white plane with the red stripes. Maybe that was Santa's plane. And then, you know, she's like, "Oh, we caught Santa's plane coming in early, but it was supposed to be the blue Egyptian plane and then the yellow Egyptian plane." And these were military aircrafts. Okay. So I do believe that they said something about Santa Claus being on that plane. Or they saw a bunch of gifts and packages. It was wrapped in bows and different bright colors. I find that very suspicious. Very odd. It's very suspicious. A plane with a man dressed in a red hat. He had a white beard. He had a red jacket and black boots. Oh my God. How green. Y'all, the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future came to Candace Owens. And she thought it was Charlie Kirk. Yeah, this is gonna get something else. Blue, yellow equals Ukraine plane. That's what you think. Candy cane plane. Oh, you went comment of the day, S-Files. Yes. S-Files just got a comment of the day, y'all. Give it up for the S-Files for getting comment of the day. The candy cane plane. Oh. Now I got to do an AI image of that. The candy cane plane. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that's gonna be so good, y'all. I cannot wait to watch a Christmas movie with you all. That's gonna be the thumbnail. Candy cane plane. With Candace as the pilot. And George is sitting there eating a sandwich. Oh, that's gonna be epic. See, it's connected. Santa suits are maroon. Exactly. You know, we call it red. She wants to think it's maroon because she's colorblind. Whatever. Diane said Candace so Muslims took Charlie out, right? Egypt. Now she's blaming all of Egypt. Next, we're going to get closer and closer to the North Pole because she has to tie this in for Christmas. It has to have a Christmas theme. She might do something next week for Thanksgiving, but who knows? You know, maybe it'll be, well, he was talking about eating turkey and dressing. Who knows? But then it's going to merge into Christmas time because, you know, that's lucrative. Candace would believe that Hillary Clinton was the second gunman at Dallas when she was 16 years old. Exactly. Thank you, Grey Wolf. How you doing? Shout out to you. She would believe whatever side she's on, she would go all the way there, go max, go extreme, go max. And then she would blame whatever side she hates and despises. Now it's Egypt. At least Israel's getting a break. You can't make this up. Shout out to the S-House for getting comment of the day. Yeah, we have to get the candy cane planes. I'm going to look up some AI images. Hopefully I can generate one of the candy cane plane. Candace Owens in a plane. Candy cane plane coming to a candy box near you. You can't make this up. Tea and biscuits. Yeah, okay, let's get back to it. You can't make this up. Who cares? It's so stupid.
President of the Mormon temple in Los Angeles. His name is this person that was behind the bush is Jacob Kasparian. And then it just kind of becomes like a dark hole trying to figure out his father and his father's connections to the Middle East. So I am still working on that. But yes, he as well was wearing a maroon shirt. I think we need to pay attention to that as we widen our investigation, because if I was the military, and the reason we didn't promote this event, and again, we're theorizing here, but the reason we waited to the very last second to put up posters about this event was because you actually did want to control who went there that day. You didn't want a bunch of people driving in from all over to see Charlie Kirk. You wanted to control what videos were going to hit the internet. You controlled everybody who was video recording. I even think, and I'll have to check this, that the people that were live streaming that day had military background as well. If I wanted to control all of that, and I also wanted to use like civilians to show up, I would make sure they all knew to wear a certain shirt or to wear a certain hat so they knew who they were. That's me. If I'm running a military operation, which I feel like I know because I do run kind of a toddler military operation, that's a good way to indicate.
You run a toddler military operation? That's how you think you will be good at running a full military operation? Candace, do you not know they wear uniforms? Each branch of the United States military have their own uniforms. They already have uniforms, you dingus. Candace, you cannot be this dumb. Each branch of military have their own uniforms, their own colors, color schemes, and everything. You can't be this dumb. Y'all, Candace is an airhead. She cannot be this dumb. Are you serious? She's sitting here saying something that already exists. They already have their own military uniforms. You can't make this up. If they're special ops, they're not going to wear something to stand out of a crowd. They're either going to blend in, or if they're training, they're going to wear one color. But what are you talking about? She has no idea how military works.
It's who at Disney World is your family? Everybody wearing the same color. So I think we should be clued into that. Continue to follow our instincts and to get as much information as we can, because we are getting close. They are getting, radical in these non-debunkings. Yesterday, they were trying to make it trend that I got pranked by the person who wrote me the email. I told you I had run that up the chain for weeks to make sure everything was legit about that location. And it is 1000% legit. And it caused a lot of panic. And we're getting a lot of phone calls now.
No, it's not. Your attorneys work there, and your attorneys are mad at you for reading something that has their address where they work at it. Now they can't work in peace, and you are definitely going to lose that Macron lawsuit. Oh my God, this is epic. Her attorneys work in that building. Just so y'all know. Her 3 attorneys representing her in the Macron lawsuit work in that building. The end. That's it.
People telling us it has caused panic. The Egyptian planes definitively were pulled into Satis, and that person was then escorted for whatever reason. That foreign dignitary was escorted to that facility where they have joint operations going on between the DHS and the DOJ, being the Secret Service, and the FBI and the DEA. None of this is normal. We all sense that none of this is normal, and it very much feels to me like it was a deep state operation. And like I said, they're not going to get away with it. So we're going to take a brief break and throw to some of our sponsors.
Yeah, they're going to get it. They're going to definitely get away with it because there's nothing Candace can do about it because Candace has no power. None. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, we back to the Israels. Okay, we back to Israel again. I don't know. Good grief. Yeah, this is something else.
/Candace. Okay, so one of the things that is just getting weirder by the day is the general public having to pretend like the United States is not completely infiltrated by Zionist psychopaths. And it's just getting odd, right? They're going through extraordinary lengths to let us know that they have all the power and they're going to do whatever it is that they want.
Candace, if we could trade you and the candy asses over for all of Egypt, we would right now. Okay? For all of Israel, Egypt, we'll trade you for all of them. Because at least they'll be willing to read a book. Well, she's just kind of saying whatever at this point. Y'all notice that? I'm glad she realized she knows she's being pranked. Yeah, y'all keep flooding that tip line. All the fantastical stories. She wouldn't know the difference between, if you were sending something from a Harry Potter book versus the Lord of the Rings. She wouldn't know the difference. Candace would not know the difference between you sending her a page out of Harry Potter versus the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit or Fantastical Beasts and Where to Find Them. Like, she wouldn't know because those are all fantastical stories. Vikings of Valhalla. I mean, that's a whole show. Keep flooding those tip lines with all of the craziest, wackiest things you could come up with. Keep letting that happen.
And they're just engaging in naked propaganda to serve the state of Israel. So I'm going to show you a couple of these headlines. I guess we'll start with Mike Huckabee. He is the ambassador to Israel and apparently is completely shameless. Now, just to go back, in case you missed it back in October, Mike Huckabee and the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, which was David Friedman, took to the stage in Jerusalem to perform Sweet Home Alabama. And by Sweet Home Alabama, I mean Sweet Home Jerusalem in Hebrew or something. Just watch it. And hey, challenge. No cringing.
You're not funny. What's she trying to say? Sweet Home Alabama? Let me tell you something. The candy asses love sitting here trying to challenge someone because they don't read either. She's being trolled in her tip line. The end. You don't have to believe me on that. I don't expect people who don't read to believe me on that. Candace, I hope you enjoyed that letter, girl. I laughed at it. She has no idea. Yeah. We're just gonna keep this, as entertaining as possible if we have to hear her cringy voice. Might as well laugh at it. Tucker and Fuentes could have made Tweedledee and Tweedledum. How do you know? She just said she was pranked. What are you missing? Government love people like you. Do they? No, they don't. Oh, God. Lady Luck is funny. Yeah, I'm waiting for this to start merging over into a Christmas Carol. You're right. So many beliefs are similar to Harry Potter. You can literally just create some fantastical story as long as you include the Egyptian blue and yellow plane. It could be a script from the Harry Potter book. She wouldn't know. She wouldn't know. She wouldn't know if you're telling her Harry Potter, the Prince of Azkaban. She wouldn't know that. Why would she know that? She won't. She doesn't read books. Her greatest compliment came from Kanye West, who admitted that he's a non-reader of books. He actually said that. That is a quote where he said that in an interview. He is a non-reader of books. And this is someone that she fiended upon for years. A non-reader of books. You know she doesn't read books. She would not know you're quoting Harry Potter and the Green Goblin. She wouldn't know that. Oh, God. This is something else.
To Israel, which was David Friedman, took to the stage in Jerusalem to perform Sweet Home Alabama. And by Sweet Home Alabama, I mean Sweet Home Jerusalem in Hebrew or something. Just watch it. And
I'm having
hey,
fun.
Challenge, no cringing. I'm starting to think that Israel wants.
I'm starting to think that Candace is obsessed. For someone who doesn't like a group of people, it's crazy how she obsesses over them. Like, you would think if I don't like someone at work, right? I wouldn't bother them. I wouldn't talk to them. I wouldn't try to go have lunch with them. I wouldn't do any of that. And I want to let you know I packaged you research up into a security packet and sent it to RLF and to Clear and Lock. Both law firms are well aware of what she said and what she did. Thank you. Kanye went to a Jewish rabbi for forgiveness, so she stopped talking about him. Exactly. She hasn't said anything about Kanye West apologizing to a Jewish rabbi. Candace, why won't you address the fact that we all saw in a video with our own two eyes? Kanye West apologized to a Jewish rabbi. You and the candy asses are sitting here ignoring that because we understand you've dipped into some alternate reality. But can you address that? Because you were a fan of Kanye West, remember? Now you barely say his name. Why won't you say something about that? If I couldn't stand somebody at my job, I'm not going to sit here and have lunch with them or sit next to them in team meetings, especially if I don't like them and I know they don't like me. I'm not going to sit here and try to break bread with them. I'm not going to talk about them. Why is she constantly talking about Israel if she despises Israel so much? I'm just asking a question. We're just asking questions. And yet, Candace, you will not even speak on the fact that Kanye West apologized to a Jewish rabbi. This is crazy. Comedy of famous books rewritten to create comedy. Yep. Keep an eye out for next week. RLF will be forced to withdraw representation. Ooh. You think so? I think so too. I said that. You know what's so crazy? I did say that on Thursday. I said I wouldn't be surprised if they withdraw their representation, because now she's put them out there. When she put their address out there, she challenged over 5 million people to look up the address and to Google it. And she put them out there like that. And now they're being subjected to harassment and bullying and stalking and all this other stuff. Her own attorneys. You think they really want to sit here and represent her after this? The only thing I don't want is for the judge to grant any new attorney she gets any additional time to do anything. Nope. And the Macrons are in a better position to get a some sort of mediation or a settlement, because she's tainting the case single-handedly. She's still calling Brigitte Macron a man, doubling down on it with no scientific evidence. She's making it easier for them to say, listen, If her attorneys withdraw from the case because they're not trying to look over their shoulder every time they leave the office now. That's if they're having to go back. They probably wouldn't even want to go back in the building because now they got to worry about candy asses and dumb cult followers coming into the building, trying to see where this DHS, DOJ, FBI operation is in that building. Those poor people won't be able to work in peace, something they deserve and have the right to do. So I wouldn't be surprised either. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised if they withdraw. And I said that Thursday, so that's a good point. Thank you for that. Alex has said someone with 3 weeks worth of content on someone you don't like. Yeah, I'm gonna keep debunking her. This is fun for me. I don't like the fact that she's lying like hell, and I actually try to give her the benefit of the doubt. Candace despises Israel. I don't despise her. I don't like her lying, and I'm going to keep debunking it. I absolutely will. I'm going to keep my foot on her neck. You understand that? Just so we're clear. Chabu. I kind of took it as a joke. Like, Captain said she said she was going to do everything in her power to destroy Israel. Now she's battling the one true living God. Yeah, she got it coming. What the hey, Alabama, Israel? I don't know. LadyLuck will file a motion to compel RLF to withdraw. Yeah. Because they are also, these attorneys, y'all, they still regular people. They're still regular people. Why would she throw her own attorneys under the bus? Because she didn't tell anybody, hey, my attorneys work in this building, so please don't go there harassing them. I need them to stay focused on this lawsuit. She didn't say anything to protect them. She played yesterday. I wasn't watching screen, just listening, so it just seemed like a little parody. Every tip she gets is going to be a parody of something now. It's going to be nothing but her being trolled because she's too stupid to realize she's being trolled. RLF will bring a defamation lawsuit for using RLF address in her conspiracy. RLF said Candace Owens was 100% on the 4th floor of that building, the same floor she said the feds were on. What? So Candace Owens knows what's on the 4th floor, and she's still saying that the feds are on that floor. You can't make this up. Did anyone see? I didn't see the directory. I didn't go that deep. I just showed the kiosk of the outside of the building from Google Maps. So it's the law firm that's representing her on the 4th floor. The 4th floor consists of a litigation room, a big one. But it's for the attorneys. See, Candace, you keep lying. You keep lying. Most attorneys have big conference rooms where they can do virtual hearings and stuff like that, especially if their clients are in the room with them. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. So she knows what's on the 4th floor of that building. It's not the DHS, FBI, anything. It's the attorney's conference room. Oh my God, this stuff is going way over your head. No, it's not. When most of it is not true and it's concocted out of thin air, and I know she's being trolled, it's not going over my head. Did y'all enjoy that letter? Oh my God, you can't make this up. She's being trolled. Isn't that going over my head? She's being trolled. Those tips is nothing more than Candace being trolled. We're going to start making sure she gets all kinds of fantastical stories and beasts and where to find them. There's going to be all kinds of Harry Potter references in these damn tips now. It's not even going to be funny. Kanye distanced himself from Candace loud and clear. Kanye has sponsors. Exactly. Lambert said, I bet she ripped all her yay posters off the wall. Jesus Christ is king. Amen to that. Okay, in Delaware, Candace Owens cannot represent herself per se, which means independently with our counsel, her businesses are being sued. So she would fail. She will fall into default judgment after 30 days of no counsel. Ooh. Ooh, that's right, because they're suing her and her individual, and as well as Candace Owens LLC and George Tom Inc. She can't be pro se over Candace Owens LLC and George Tom Inc. Those entities have to have a representative. And because she's not an actual bar licensed attorney, Candace cannot represent the entities Candace Owens LLC and George Tom Inc. She would have to get attorneys for those. Good call, no reply. You see that? Stuff doesn't go over my head. Candace is just a simpleton that doesn't know what she's talking about. Nor does she know when she's being trolled. So Candace Owens could be pro se over herself individually, but she cannot represent her LLC or that George Tom Inc. She's not an actual bar licensed attorney. On the money, no reply. You're on the money. Charlie in one of her videos after Daily Wire. They can no longer represent her due to a huge conflict of interest. They might sue her. They should. Yeah. Car tags. Yeah, they should. They should definitely sue her. I didn't tell RLF that I gave the info to Claire Locke, but I did tell Locke that I gave the info to RLF. No, I'm sure they'll find out. They'll exchange the information. That wasn't former U.S. Ambassador David Friedman. You know, yeah, it's so crazy. Everything she said, she smeared that the ambassadors with is a lie. That wasn't him at all. Y'all, let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. Thank you all for engaging in the chat. You guys are awesome. I'm enjoying the information. And shout out to No Reply for that. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Is that how you spell wow? W-A-U-W? Y'all so conspiratorial, you guys can't spell simple English. Wow was a 3-letter word. Why didn't you get that right? This is why I laugh at whatever you're trying to do as an insult. Because when you spell wow, W-A-U-W, and not W-O-W, you're complicating it for no reason. I don't have to sound dumb. You are dumb. The law firm owns 8 floors out of the 11. Exactly. They have majority of the building. You can tell based on the marquee. There's another company there, and then there's some sort of grill, like a restaurant. They have 8 of the 11 floors. That's what's so crazy. And you can easily look up the directory, y'all. I'm just saying. I didn't do it because I don't have to, but I know you can look up the directory. If you want to debunk me, go ahead. I challenge that. But you can look up the building, or you can call and say, hey, how many floors does this law firm have? How many floors total in the building? There should be a directory as well to look up. That's something that can be corroborated. I don't have to make this up. You're on the money. No reply. On the money. The devil is a liar. There's no truth in him, aka Candace. I know, right? We laughed at CEO. She's not getting into our heads. Exactly. We don't do code over here. No reply says the firm's offices after a recent renovation span 8 floors of the building. Specific floor usage mentioned in the context includes first floor used for 2 large trial suites, 1A, 1B, and conference areas. Second floor, this floor is listed as the address for RL&F Service Corp, which is the firm's registered agent subsidiary. Third floor, used for a conference center, which includes collaborative war rooms and 10 conference rooms. Fourth floor, used for a litigation suite, including 2 war rooms. There is the layout of the building. Exactly. That can be looked up. Y'all can look up blueprints corroborated with the directory. You can look at the business office suite. They probably have photos online available as well of each floor. This is public information, people. She's saying that the DHS, the DOJ, and the FBI, after lying, saying that they don't collaborate, which they do, is in that building and didn't say anything about her attorneys. And what that does is bring all those dumb cult followers, the candy asses, to that building to try to find this stuff, just like they did with UVU when they was looking at the school underground for pipes. She doesn't care about the impact that these cult followers with no brains are willing to go through to try to validate the stuff she's saying, and they can't do it because it's a lie. It's false. So now you're putting these attorneys and their staff that work at these law firms. They have paralegal specialists, they have admin assistants, they have people that work in billing and finance that work in these law firms. They have families, they're real people. And you're putting them all in danger because the candy ass cult followers don't care about anything else except what Candace Owens says. They don't care about nothing else. So now all of these people are probably being put in danger because guess what they're going to do? They're going to start showing up at that building. They're going to go to those floors demanding access, trying to see if the DHS and the FBI and the DOJ is in there. Because Candace Owens is a dingus. That's why I keep reporting on her, to debunk her, to hope that people stop being scared and they sue her. Sue the crap out of her. And add in all of her cult followers that have YouTube channels. They can't hide behind these YouTube tags for long. Most of them switch up and use different taglines anyway. Don't act as if you can't be tracked. You're leaving digital footprints on the internet. Yeah. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Oh, God. You can't make this stuff up. So I'm getting some of you guys comments in. A wise man wouldn't even try to play a fool. Just speak the truth. No reason to try to be deceptive and misleading or manipulative. No reply said the lawyers at RLF were 100% concerned and took this as a real issue. And they should be. They should be, because the candy ass cult followers don't care. They don't care about anyone's lives or anybody else's safety. They don't care about people being doxxed. They don't care about if they get attacked. They don't care about that. They don't care about anything. So, I'll be looking at the court docket activity to see if they do file something. Yeah, I will. Because you can pull up the court docket, and I'm good for that. And I'll be looking out to see if they do file something. A statement to the court, or a motion to withdraw to see what's going on with it. Yep, I got you. I got you. I got you. We'll look at the court docket and we'll see what's going on with that. All right, y'all. Let's get back to it. Thank y'all so much for watching. Make sure you hit that like button now. We got a few more to go, and then that will be the end. We'll be moving over to Umar very shortly. Let's go.
He is the ambassador to Israel and apparently is completely shameless. Now, just to go back, in case you missed it back in October, Mike Huckabee and the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, which was David Friedman, took to the stage in Jerusalem to perform Sweet Home Alabama. And by Sweet Home Alabama, I mean Sweet Home Jerusalem in Hebrew or something. Just watch it. And hey, challenge, no cringing.
So she just said these two people are not the same people she named. These two people, that's Huckabee at the Western Wall and playing the guitar. Guy singing is not Ambassador David Friedman. Thank you, Tom. I'm gonna keep that comment up while we're watching this, because Candace is obviously lying about who people are and doesn't know who people are. Because she's an airhead.
I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. Like, that's the ultimate psyop. They want us to hate them.
You already hate them, girl.
It's unbelievable, the factor of cringe. And if that's not humiliating enough, Mike Huckabee just went over to Israel and met with Jonathan Pollard. Okay, Jonathan Pollard, if that name's not familiar to you, is a literal convicted Israeli spy. This is the headline. Yeah, there he is. Seems like a good guy. American who spied for Israel, says he.
She doesn't know who. Here's Ambassador David Friedman. Am I looking at the right person? David M. Friedman, this guy here, right? That's him. Is this him? This is David M. Friedman. Is this the ambassador here? Somebody put a 1 in the chat. Let me know. Yes, got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tom. So why is she lying about this? I would too, no reply. I would withdraw from the case if I were them. Because there's no way you're going to put my life in danger. I suspect they should be doing that as well. They should definitely withdraw and leave her ass hanging. Because she put all their lives in danger. She doesn't care. These Candace cult followers don't care. They're out here doing all this stuff on behalf of Candace Owens, and Candace Owens won't even go to the campus. She won't even gather the cult following to say, hey, why don't you all meet me at UVU? I'll be doing a tour there. I just want to be able to kind of follow some of the steps and trace some of the steps myself. Why won't she do that? Because Candace really doesn't care. She just wants something to talk about. And she doesn't care whose lives she's putting in danger. Ambassador David Friedman is the photo we're looking at here. No reply says, and when that is filed, that's when Locken will submit what they have to force the withdrawal. Yeah. I mean, for their safety. All because of what she's lying about who these people are. There are 250 lawyers in that firm at 920 North King. 250 lawyers. Oh my God. Candace, you have effed up. You incorporated this building into your nonsense, and you got 250 attorneys in that building. 250 attorneys whose lives and safety and security you've now put in danger because you can't control your cult following, because you don't know how to vet your tips coming in that tip line. You're an idiot, Candace. Why would she lie about someone singing it? Like, are you serious? Why would she lie and say, well, this is the guy that's singing here? There's no way they're both named David Friedman, right? That's not the same person as this guy here. Let me go back to the part where he was singing. Yeah, that don't look like him at all.
I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. Like, that's the ultimate psyop. They want us.
Candace, how do you even sit here and fix your mouth to say hate for anybody? Israel doesn't pay your bills. They don't have to take care of your kids. You could literally just stop supporting them and no one would care. Why do you have to hate them? Why do you have to go this far to say you hate them? Or that they want you to hate them? They want you to leave them alone, Candace. Israel wants you to leave them alone. She says the dumbest things. Israel wants you to leave them alone. They want you to leave their name out of your mouth. I have to snip this. I'm starting to think
Israel wants us to hate them.
That Israel wants us to hate them. I have to snip it. Candace, they don't care how you feel, but why would anybody want someone to hate them? You understand what you're saying, you dingus? You don't even have to be bothered with them. I gotta snip this. Because this stuff, you can't make this stuff up. I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. This is absolutely insane. When she could just stop talking about them. It's that simple. Just stop talking about them. Before you get to a point where you hate someone, maybe you shouldn't talk about them or think about them. This is absurdity.
Like, that's the ultimate psyop. They want us to hate them.
You can't make this up.
It's unbelievable, the factor of cringe. And if that's not humiliating enough, Mike Huckabee just went over to Israel and met with Jonathan Pollard. Okay, Jonathan Pollard, if that name's not familiar to you, is a literal convicted Israeli spy. This is the headline. Yeah, there he is. Seems like a good guy. American who spied for Israel, says he met Ambassador Mike Huckabee to thank him for his support, because he did support him. Jonathan spent 30 years in prison on espionage charges after being found to have pretended to work for the American government, but was actually working to pass documents over to Israel. That's kind of a theme. Our greatest ally. It's just a theme with our greatest ally. And despite being found guilty, despite spending 30 years in prison, people were saying we should be kinder to this guy. And Huckabee was among several pro-Israeli politicians who advocated for Jonathan Pollard to be released. And he, when he was released, was welcomed in Israel. Like the red carpet was rolled out for him, I think, literally. And I think Bibi Netanyahu met him on the runway. Like, you did, you've served us well. And who cares? The American people suffered. So you think Mike Huckabee would go, I'm not going to meet with him, because that shows.
No reply says, to clarify, I sent the lawyers the information Friday morning, 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. That sounds good. I'm glad you did that. Thank you for that. I'm glad you did that. Because this is, I mean, she's putting so many people's lives in danger, y'all. She's doxing people. She's doxing kids in schools. Now you've got a whole lot of attorneys' lives and safety in jeopardy, because the Candace cult followers don't care about anything else. They only care about this BS she's saying that she can't vet. And now she's saying, I think Israel wants us to hate them. I'm starting to think that Israel wants us to hate them. I had to snip that, because you can't make it up. It's like, this girl is manic. She has lost her mind. Why would you want to hate anyone? I just wouldn't be bothered with them. She's a fool. We don't hate because you don't hate because exactly, you just don't hate people because for the sake of hating them. And she's got over 5.8 million subs over there on YouTube, mostly bots and cult followers, but whatever. It's the fact that they go around spreading this nonsense as if their digital footprints can't be tracked. Why hide if you're not afraid of the FBI investigating your asses either? Why hide? No reason to hide. Why change up your YouTube channels and create all these different identities? Why? Why be a coward then? You can't make this up. I spoke with them on the phone as well, to 4 people, 2 receptions, 2 people I would not name. You don't have to. It's okay. But they are high enough and worried enough to force my call through. Yeah. This is out of control. Thank you, no reply. I'm glad you updated me on updating all of us on this. It goes to show how dangerous this rhetoric can be. You're putting people's lives and safety in danger, Candace. You don't vet your tips. People can send anything there about some sort of, Dr. Seuss book. You wouldn't know. One fish, fish, blue plane, yellow plane, green plane, purple bush, red bush. Like, she just, whatever is in there, she just reads. You can't make this up. I'm just floored as to why she thinks it's okay to say. I'm starting to think Israel just wants us to hate them. Candace, no one is saying that but you. Oh my God.
That I am an Israel firster, but there is just a level of shamelessness that, I don't know.
Lord.
What was it that Carolyn Levitt said? They asked Carolyn Levitt about this at the White House, and she said, and I quote, "The White House was not aware of that meeting, but the president stands by our ambassador." Well said, Carol. I mean, I just, didn't know he was going to meet with a traitor, but we stand by him anyway if he's meeting for a traitor. And the reason we stand by him is because we're all traitors. We are all treasonous. I hate everyone. I hate that this is allowed. I think it's fair for us to hate that it's allowed.
Did she say I hate everyone? What the hell is wrong with? She is so evil. Oh my God. Oh my God, Candace, you're evil. You hate everyone. You hate everyone, and yet she gets mad when you say that she's insinuating Erica Kirk to be involved in the assassination of her husband. She gets mad when you say that about her. But she never ever says an exception.
President stands by our ambassador. Well said, Caroline. I mean, what I just, you know, this, I didn't know he was going to meet with a traitor, but we stand by him anyway if he's meeting for a traitor. And the reason we stand by him is because we're all traitors. We are all treasonous. I hate everyone. I hate
everyone. Well, no. Who is we? Let's ask that question. Candace, who is we? Because you're not including me and the Luxers in your nonsense and your buffoonery. Who is we? The Bible states that we are to stand apart, be separated, like from the wheat from the chaff, sort of thing. We don't have to sit here and be included in your nonsense. So we're not. Who is we? Now that we're clear on it, not including the Lady Luck Club and the Luxers, who is we, Candace? We're all traitors. This is the same heifer that is sitting here doxing people and sitting out her so-called impersonating investigator mommy slews, who are not licensed and credentialed to investigate a damn thing, by the way. To do 15 hours of research on something about a plane, to which she can't even prove that plane exists. And yet and still, never mind the fact people are being doxxed and cyber harassed and cyber bullied. Dumbass bots, cult followers sitting here leaving digital footprints all over the internet. She underestimates anyone else's ability to do research. But everyone is a traitor. Who is we? She says, I hate everyone. Ugh. No exception to that. She didn't say except Erica Kirk, except, the kids. Nope. I hate everyone. Okay.
That this is allowed. I think it's fair for us to hate that it's allowed. And we do have a bunch of treasonous spies. Their job, I guess, is to further enslave us to the gang colony in the Middle East that is pretending.
Define treason. She keeps using this word so frivolously and has no idea what treason means. Girl, you're an idiot.
That they have been ordained by God to murder. And yeah, I don't know. There is some comedic relief coming, though. Tim Dillon covering anything is always hilarious. And he is covering the occupation of our media because it's just so in our faces now. It's never been this in our face, Before we get to what he had to say about Bari Weiss, I want to remind you that Bari Weiss started and is a part owner, at least, of the Free Press. Before she went on to CBS News, she notoriously left New York Times and said it was biased and we needed to have something that was in the middle of the line, and she just couldn't get behind all of this COVID propaganda, and she was going to start the Free Press and they were going to go back to doing hardcore, real, non-biased journalism. So what kind of journalism are they doing over at the Free Press? Okay. This is a real email. I'm not being funny. I feel like you're going to think this is SNL. That fluttered into my inbox the other day from a writer. His name is Ashley Reinsberg. And this is the email. I'm just going to read you the email. This is it. It says, "Hi, Candace. I'm reporting a piece for the Free Press on the economics." Ooh, economics. I like economics. This must be straight middle of the line, right? There can't be any bias here. "I'm reporting a piece for the Free Press on the economics of high engagement political content on YouTube and podcast platforms. I'm reaching out for comment regarding several assertions that you've made in recent episodes, including claims about Israel, the death of Charlie Kirk, and the Becoming Brigitte series. I also want to ask about the financial side of your operation because it is central to the story. Here are his 5 questions. 1, since publishing anti-Israel and anti-Jewish claims, have you seen a measurable increase in watch time, subscriber growth, or revenue across YouTube, Rumble, or your podcast feeds? 2, have sponsors and ad partners or platform reps encouraged or pushed back on this shift in content direction? 3, do you see any correlation between escalation in claims and the performance metrics that drive your business, retention, average viewer, duration, CPM, RPM, member conversion, etc.? 4, to what extent do you view conspiracy content as an editorial choice versus a business decision? And 5, do you believe your recent content about Israel and Jewish influence is rooted in evidence, or do you see it primarily as commentary?
He's asking you questions, dingus. You know, the thing that you claim that you're always asking others when it's just accusations. See, Candace, this is how you ask questions. Y'all know why she's confused? Because she doesn't know how to ask a question either. Because she's not a journalist. She doesn't know how to ask a question. She just throws out accusations and blanket statements and then hope that someone responds so that she can say, oh, see, I knew they were lying. Well, you know, they put up the 7-page letter, but I don't trust that it was actually from him. So that she can invoke doubt on every level, regardless. This is how you ask questions. You ask questions to where people can either answer yes or no, or depending on what you answer, you can give some sort of response, provide context. It's not just a straightforward type of thing. But he asked questions. These are reasonable questions we've all been asking here. Everyone's been asking about this influx that she's getting in views and subs. People have been asking about that for a while. Why is that somehow, oh, it's biased? This is not going to be biased or anything, but it's not. It's only biased based upon your responses, Candace. You could just give straight numbers and it wouldn't be biased one way or the other if you just give some statistics and give some numbers. Hey, here's my analytics. Here's the table on this. Here's a chart on this. This is my SEO. Here's my growth in the last 30 days, blah, 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 based on the topics here. You could keep it very neutral if you wanted to. But because she's not smart enough to do that, of course, she's going to try to make it seem like, oh, they're just being biased against me. Oh, no. This is what journalism looks like. This is what questions look like. Did it break your brain to have to read these questions, Candace? Did it hurt you to have to sit here and read questions, Candace? You know, read words that have more than 4 syllables? Was this painful for you? So she thinks that she's the only one that can ask questions when she's not asking questions. But someone asks her questions, it's a problem because she doesn't have a spine. She can't handle what she dishes. Mighty funny how you demanded an interview with the Macrons, but when they actually send documentation and evidence, you dismiss all of it. That's not going to work in court, you dingus. And your stupid cult followers, guess what? None of them are attorneys. They won't be able to represent you there either. They won't be able to help you when you go to court, Candace. The fact that she filed that motion to dismiss speaks volumes. It shows that she's never trying to pursue the truth. She's trying to run from it because she's a coward. Opportunity for her to be able to get to the discovery phase. And what does she do? File a motion to dismiss and a motion to strike the first amended complaint. Why not just respond and then request a hearing so that you all can move to the next phase of the proceeding? Nope. She wants the whole thing dismissed. Same thing she did with Kimberly Klacik. She always wants to get sued. She doesn't understand subpoena power. She's now put 250 attorneys' lives in danger because of her nonsense and buffoonery, giving out the address to a building where her attorneys work. And for what? For her to still not be able to understand when someone's asking a question, as if she's the only person that can sit here talking about, I'm just asking questions. Nope. Fair game. Fair game, Candace. That's what this looks like.
Content about Israel and Jewish influence is rooted in evidence, or do you see it primarily as commentary? Yeah, no, and I'm going to get back to them. Obviously, I have to just pull up, I have to pivot over to that SS tab, the Hitler tab, which shows the metrics of exactly how people are responding to anti-Jewish, anti-Jewish rhetoric. And we just have to pull that from YouTube because that's
just answer the questions, you dingus.
And obviously the advertisers have been, that's the whole thing. That's the nature of the business, obviously, is that you can only make money. The only people that are being successful, that are successful at all, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, well, you can't answer
member
questions.
conversion, etc. 4,
can
to what
answer any of
extent do
this.
you view conspiracy content as an editorial choice versus a business decision? And 5, do you believe your recent content about Israel and Jewish influence is rooted in evidence, or do you see it primarily as commentary? Yeah, no, and I'm going to get back to my. I'm just going to. I have to metrics that drive you.
She's never going to answer the questions. Just like Candace, where's proof of your 2 degrees? Why don't you just show a copy of your degrees? She will find that to be some level of Hitlerism or something. If I were to send her an email saying, can you just provide proof of your 2 degrees? Can you post up a picture of your degrees? That's simple. Then she'll mock it, then get mad at it when it's that simple to just post up the degrees, right? And they call it something about Hitler, and that's it. I'm going to do a screenshot on this. And then I'm going to do a post on it. This might be a thumbnail. When is Candace going to answer these questions and stop dancing around it? Just like her cowardice when it comes to lawsuits, because she really doesn't want to be sued. You know why? Because she doesn't have a case. Candace knows that. She doesn't have a case. She don't have a case. But yet she told you all, I don't want this dismissed. Why would you file a motion for it to be dismissed if you don't want it dismissed? Make that make sense.
For business, retention, average viewer, duration, CPM, RPM, member conversion, etc. 4, to what extent do you view conspiracy content as an editorial choice versus a business decision? And 5, do you believe your recent content about Israel and Jewish influence is rooted in evidence, or do you see it primarily as commentary? Yeah, no, and I'm going to get back to my. I'm just going to. I have to just pull up. I have to pivot over to that SS tab, the Hitler tab, which shows the metrics of exactly how people are responding to anti-Jewish, anti-Jewish rhetoric. And we just have to pull that from YouTube because I can see we've done some tests, and obviously the advertisers have been, that's the whole thing. That's the nature of the business, obviously, is that you can only make money. The only people that are being successful, that are successful at all, it's pretty obvious, is because they hate Jews. That's kind of what's implied. Why do we have to pretend this is journalism, right? Are you shocked if I tell you that Ashley Reinsberg, he happens to live in Tel Aviv? Like,
just answer the questions, dingus. Answer the questions. If you're not afraid to answer the questions, answer the questions. I hope the young man knows that he can just also go on her analytics tab on her channel. And then, a lot of that information he can just get from there. Because she doesn't, she demands responses and asks dumbass questions to the First Lady of France. Someone asked her reasonable questions that she could just show with data tables and information from her analytics. And this whole nonsense here is unnecessary. All because she's not a journalist. She has no idea how this works. But yet, she thinks doxing people is not illegal. Okay.
Just cannot make it up. Like, just write your articles. Stop pretending that you're a journalist. It's totally fine. Your job is to write hit pieces. You say that you guys are being victimized at all times, forever, since the beginning of time. And it's obviously not anything that you're doing that's causing a reaction. It's not like they're just genociding Palestinians right now.
Yeah, she's not answering
so
anything.
It's about metrics. It's about the SS tab that's behind the scenes of YouTube. So I'll get that content. I'll get those metrics over to you, Ash. Looking forward to that. Further to that commentary, Tim Dillon, who always gets me in trouble. I don't know how he never gets sued. It feels wrong. Like, I'm engaged in, I make once.
No, you claim that someone was born a man as a fact, and you don't have scientific evidence to back that up. You should be sued. Turning Point USA should be suing you. Erica Kirk should be suing you for disseminating her husband's medical information without consent. You obtained it illegally. I understand the candy asses don't read or research laws, but Candace Owens doesn't either. So they learn from their maker. They all follow the cult leader. She mocks at the idea of her doxing people like it's a joke. No, you can be held legally liable. You can be held legally liable. All I can say about this is that someone who can't stop talking about Kirk was involved with the unaliving of Kirk. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because she has nothing else. She has nothing else. Then this is so funny. Then the candy asses come over here. Hold on. Let me pull up one. Rosie Gents. She's not being sued for claiming she's a man. You haven't read the lawsuit, just like she has not read the indictment. So reading is not fundamental for you all. It is here in the Lady Luck Club. We have read the lawsuit. That is the premise of the lawsuit. I understand in your alternate reality, letters in the English language might mean something else because Candace doesn't know the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. So I don't expect you all to be that intelligent if this is who you're following. But we read the lawsuit, and that's what it is. See, none of that shit flies in court. I want you to understand that. None of her dumb excuses she's putting out on YouTube will ever be an excuse that the judge would want to hear in court along with the jury. And since she doesn't know how court works, she definitely isn't teaching the cult followers how court works. None of the candy asses know how court works. None of this nonsense you're putting in my comments is going to fly in court. Therefore, I don't care. Clearly, you don't know how to resolve it. It's not clear. Yeah, that's why we read. Because in reading, you find the truth. But her tip line will continue to be flooded with Harry Potter stories so that she can make an ass of herself. We're going to enjoy that. Is that a mommy sleuth? I don't know. It could be. We're going to continue to troll your cult leader with Harry Potter stories in her tip line. I hope you know that. I hope you enjoy that coming. Oh, no, none of my nonsense with flying court. I'm not being sued. She is. Your cult leader is being sued. There you go. I don't need anything to fly in court. I'm not the one that's a party to the case. They're so stupid. I'm not the one that has to go to court. You're a cult member, candy ass. You didn't know that? Either you're a candy ass cult member or you're a bot. You're saying things that lack logic. Hey, what planet are you all from? It's funny. Talking about your stuff won't fly in court. I'm not a party to the case. I don't have to go to court. Duh. I spend my Saturdays the way I want to spend it. You're watching this. Obviously, you're enjoying the banter. We're happy to have you here. Welcome to the Lady Luck Club, where we clown the candy asses to no avail. That's all we can do with you people is laugh at you. Of course we're laughing at you. Are you kidding? You have nothing else to offer. Yeah, I'm fascinated by stupidity. Tell Candace to read a book. Maybe she wouldn't sound so stupid. Or you know what? Better yet, tell her to answer these questions from an actual journalist, you know, the free press and all. She can't stand our guts, and yet she pretends to be us. And no matter how hard she tries, she still fails. Why does she want to sit here and utilize the CIA logo if she wasn't trying to purport herself to be an investigator? Then why would she need to sit here and copy the CIA logo without their permission, without consent, because no one owes her that, by the way, and then risk violating federal laws to get sued? Why do that if you're not trying to come off like you're some investigator or reporter? She could just be a blogger. You know, she's not even smart enough to just be in her own lane. She doesn't have to be an investigator, reporter, journalist, or anything. She just be a blogger. Yeah, I just gossip over here. That's what I do. That's all she has to say. At least you will be honest about it. You're such a great example of people who go online and spew hate when they know nothing. Do you understand the definition of the word hate? Put up the definition of the word hate. Let's go with that. Let's start from there because we got to dissect this comment. I want you to put up the definition of the word hate, the definition of the word stupid, because I think you're just throwing out words you hear her say, and you're not reading and digesting this yourself. I don't hate Candace. I laugh at her. That's not hate. She just said she hates everyone. Do you want me to pull up the post? Let's go back. Because the candy ass here missed the part where she says she hates everyone. So if anyone is spreading hate, wouldn't it be the person that says, I hate everyone? Correct me if I'm wrong here. Correct me if I'm wrong. The one who is sitting here accusing me of spreading hate after her cult leader said that she hates everyone. You ready? Let me go back just a little bit so the candy ass cult follower can understand what hate truly looks like. Here it is.
I mean, I didn't know he was going to meet with a traitor, but we stand by him anyway if he's meeting for a traitor. And the reason we stand by him is because we're all traitors. We are all treasonous. I hate everyone.
I hate everyone. I hate everyone. I've never said that. So you have a comprehension problem, Rosie Gent. You have a problem with comprehension and definitions of terms. You lack a fundamental understanding of the English language that you're speaking in my comment chat. She said, I hate everyone. I've never said I hate anything. And you're saying that I'm spreading hate when she is literally saying she hates everyone. See, here's the thing with me, honey. Let me help you out. On your best day and my worst, you can't out debate me no matter how hard you try. I will prove my point. Do you understand? I just so happen to do it in an epic fashion, honey. This is coming from a candy ass cult follower who just witnessed her cult leader say, I hate everyone. Accuse me of spewing hate because she doesn't like what I'm saying about Candace not being a journalist. That is a point of fact. Candace Owens is not a journalist. You asked me, why do I want to see her degrees? Because she is the one that says she has 2 degrees. She didn't have to put that out there. But obviously, her so-called education does not match her skill set because she has no idea what it means to be a journalist. But just as an FYI to you, I emailed the University of Rhode Island. Now, whether John Humphrey was being honest with me or not is irrelevant because I can always debunk him or corroborate him if I want to with another fundamental fact-finding source. But I did show the email where his response was, a person with that name, Candace Owens, Amber Owens, with that date of birth, was awarded a degree. Why would I put that up if I want her to look like the worst person imaginable because I hate her? Do you understand? I don't need her to do that. But if she's going to put it out there, she should have the spine to do it. She should be the one to show proof that she has 2 degrees. If she's out here trying to compete with Piers Morgan, someone else she can't compete with. But she said, I hate everyone. And you're not going to say anything about your cult leader saying this? She just said, we're all traitors. We're all treasonous. Who the hell is we? I'm not included in that. Candace Ambers is her hidden account. Candace Owens dropped out of college because she couldn't secure her college loans that she spent on things that weren't in college. This is easy to Google. Exactly. Because Google it. Google is giving us information where she still does not have a degree. I emailed the school where their email response was, a person with that name was awarded a degree. Anyone can go on the National Student Clearinghouse website, order verification of her degree for $20. $19.99 to be exact. Rosie Gents, are you a transformer? Who knows? I'm not a traitor. I don't believe in treasonous behavior. And Candace still has no idea what that word means. I told you, on your best day and my worst, you cannot out debate me if you try. Because we just research here, we read, and we look things up. Why is her name not Candace Farmer? You know, that's a good question. Maybe she changed it to try to fit somebody that may have a degree so that she could lie about it. Who knows? She got engaged after 17 days over FaceTime. Exactly. This is the person we're talking about here. She got married to a man she barely knew 18 days after meeting him, allegedly from just using Charlie Kirk's credit card, by the way, to purchase airline tickets to fly out to UK. And now this dude, who already had over $220 million, has given her long-term security, financial security. She's not wealthy because of her. She's wealthy because of George Farmer. And she gave him 4 kids. So if nothing else, she walks away with child support if he divorces her. You can't make this stuff up. And yet, she says, I hate everyone, and we're spewing hate for criticizing her for her nonsense. The candy asses and the bots takes another L from the Lady Luck Club. Try harder. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, let's go over to here. Who's Tim Dillon?
So it's about metrics. It's about the SS tab that's behind the scenes.
That's what he's asking you about, content. That's what he's asking you about. He's asking you specific questions, Candace. He's asking you, do you see any correlation between escalation in claims and the performance metrics that drive your business? To what extent do you view conspiracy content as editorial choice versus a business decision? Yes. In other words, he's asking you, are you talking about this to make more money? Is that more simple for you, Candace? Because I know you watching, you heifer. Is that more simple for you? Yes, it comes down to this. Because otherwise, you could be talking about anything else. Why won't you do a 20-part series on the Epstein files? Or the Christians that were slaughtered over there in Nigeria? Or why don't you just go to Gaza and go help them? Yeah, okay. Because those aren't good business decisions for you. Your husband taught you the market is always right. So since the market is flooding on your channel, when you talk about Charlie Kirk, you're going to go where the trends are going. Candace, anyone can say that. It's funny that you think that you're the only one that's just doing this for a righteous purpose while you say you hate everyone and whomever we is are all treasonous. You can't make this stuff up.
I'll get those metrics over to you, Ash. Looking forward to that.
Further
to that commentary, Tim Dillon, who always gets me in trouble. I don't know how he never gets sued. It feels wrong. Like I'm engaged in, I make one slight mention joke about Alexis Wilkins referring to Tim Dillon's content and us getting a strike. And she goes on a rant against me, not against Tim Dillon. Okay. I'm speaking about Brigitte and MK Ultra. Brigitte sues me, not Tim Dillon, who she mentions in a lawsuit. So I'm just asking if anybody wants to sue Tim Dillon. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Go after him.
No. We're going to sue you because you posted up a screenshot of Charlie Kirk's medical information. You disseminated it without consent. You don't get to do what you want to do without consent. So now's a consequence you're going to have to suffer. Just like with you putting up the building, 920 North King Street, where there's over 250 attorneys working there. They went to law school, Candace Owens. You did not. They're going to sue the crap out of you for putting their lives in danger because your candy-ass cult followers don't know how to act. Are you going to ever condemn the actions of Nicholas Ray, who sent death threats online to 3 Jewish conservatives? Are you ever going to condemn that? No? No, okay. But yet, We're spewing hate because we're criticizing her, while she's inspiring people to send death threats to online Jewish conservatives. While she's ousting Jewish donors because they're Jewish donors. You can't make
enjoying
this
his content. It's his
up.
fault. Here's what he had to say about Barry Weiss's installation, because that's what it was. She just installed. It's not a meritocracy. At the head of CBS News, take a listen.
Barry Weiss is basically telling people, why don't you pretend I'm not here to destroy this whole thing? Because that's what I'm here to do. I'm not going to pretend that. I'm not pretending that. I don't have the time to pretend that I have not been sent on a mission to destroy this legacy broadcasting institution. I'm here to destroy it. I'm here to make it a vessel of state propaganda. Which state? Well, we know which state. It's not America. It's to be a vessel of state propaganda. It's all it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be anything else. And Barry Weiss, to her credit, is not pretending she's there to do anything else. She's going, why are there standards and practices? Why are they showing the Palestinian reach for the cookie when we blow their head off? Why are they doing that? Why are they asking these questions? Why are they saying this? She's very, very much 100% on board. My job is to get rid of any independent voice at CBS. We're here to destroy the network and get rid of anybody that would stand in our way. We are here to deliver state propaganda. That's all. That's what they're there to do. And not the United States, not the United States propaganda, by the way. She's there to deliver Israeli propaganda. She knows it. We know it. Larry Ellison hired her to do it. That's okay. They've already got a blacklist of actors.
Why won't Candace Owens and Tim Dillon go to Gaza and help those people? What type of philanthropists are they? They sit here and they bring up these problems and want to blame someone else when they do nothing to help the situation. Why won't Candace Owens speak on Nicholas Ray sending death threats? I don't care how big her voice is. She's loud and wrong. I don't care. You think I care that she has 5.8 million views? I'm also not being sued by the first lady of a country either. So all that money she's making, guess what they're going to do? Ask for that in the judgment. And she has many more to come. Sometimes you pay the price for being the loudest person in the room. There's a price to pay when you are being defamatory to no avail with malicious intent, making false allegations and accusations that can be debunked with evidence. And just because you have 5.8 million subs does not mean you will be spared from the consequences that you're sure to face, Candace Owens, when you step into that court of law. She's going to get sued out the ass, and we are here to laugh and report on it. People's lives are being put in danger, never mind people being doxxed, people being threatened with death threats. She's posting up pictures of college kids. Now she's put 250 attorneys' lives in danger. 250 attorneys. And they're going to take her down. They're going to sue the crap out of her. And it won't even be hard. She won't be able to even get enough attorneys to represent her if she starts catching lawsuits from actual attorneys. Because she doxed them, putting up employment information out of nowhere. No one needed to know where they were. Doesn't matter. She doxed them. She doxed them. Free speech, the First Amendment does not cover doxing. Go read a law. Read the First Amendment. She doxed them. She won't be able to find a team of attorneys that's going to protect her from what's coming. That's not an if. She did it. Once again, when you're ignorant of the law, you have no idea what's considered personal identifiable information. She doxed them. She doxed these kids at the college campus at UVU. Phil Lyman, his family, she was looking for his mother. Why would she need to look for Phil Lyman's mother? People are being doxxed. These donors, they're not available to the public? Why would she oust that donor? She had no legal reasoning for doing that. We're here for it. We're going to cover these lawsuits. I've covered 4 or 5 of them so far. And Candace loses her lawsuits. The one she filed against USA Today, she lost. The one she filed against the apartment when she was choosing to live with mold for 6 months, she claimed was, killing her and all, while she sat here and had recurrent yeast infections, according to the court documents, she lost. Shout out to Sheriff Denise. She was charged. She was actually arrested for harassment. Like, she has no boundaries with that. When you have a criminal history connecting you to harassment, it's her MO. It's who she is. She literally said, I hate everyone. The candy ass cult followers, they are what they are. Dumb. But what they fail to do is read. She said these things. She said, I hate everyone. She just said we're all treasonous, and she doesn't understand the definition of that word. Candace can and will be sued. Oh, she will be sued. I'm waiting on Erica Kirk to sue the crap out of her for the medical information. I'm waiting for it. She'll get sued. She did not have the authority or the right or the consent to disseminate this man's medical information that was obtained to her illegally from the hospital staff that violated HIPAA to send it to her. That was not public information. And an email that was for the medical staff. But see, I don't expect the candy asses to know what HIPAA privacy laws or the CMIA is, or why, you shouldn't be disseminating medical information you obtained illegally. Nope, they won't read that information. They're idiots.
Will never work at Paramount. It doesn't matter. No one cares. Nobody watches any of this crap.
He's exactly right. I don't even understand why we have to go through this process. Like, just write the article, just do the propaganda. You don't have to reach out because we all know what's happening. Your job is just naked propaganda to convince us like you're going to be the authority on blackballing certain people, writing hit pieces about them, making sure that they cannot function in this economy. This is the state. They are the state, and they want you to know. And like he said, it is not America. It is not the United States that they are doing this for. I just don't know where this is all going, I guess. Like, are we going to be put back in the gulag?
Airhead dingish nonsense. She sounds just like an airhead here. Candace is full-blown airhead mode. Look at this.
Job is just naked propaganda to convince us like you're going to be the authority on blackballing certain people, writing hit pieces about them, making sure that they cannot function in this.
How are you the authority on blackballing people? Hit pieces about them, making sure that they cannot function. What are you talking about?
Economy. This is the state. They are the state, and they want you to know. And like he said, it is not America. It's not the United States that they are doing this for. I just don't know where this is all going, I guess. Like, are we
like, I just don't know where we're going. She just kind of resorted back to this airheadish nonsense. She sounds like a total airhead. Like one of those babbling bimbo Barbie dolls or something where they only learned 6 words and then they just try to recycle it around. Like her candy ass cult followers just keep saying, either they're saying something that has nothing to do with anything, or they keep copying and pasting the same comment. I don't expect these people to say anything intelligent. I just find it comical that they want to engage in my chat and boost up the engagement. Thank you so much.
Going to be put back in the gulag? Like, are Christians going back in the gulag? I don't know. But we're certainly going to find out. We're going to take a brief break from our sponsors. I'm going to get into some of your comments. Okay, you guys, you have heard me speak a lot about Mimi Skincare. I love what it's out. It's a good time to get stuff for the holidays.
Yeah, all top of that comments is illegal. So she's selling stuff for the holidays. Got it. So let's just go to treason. Because we read here in the Lady Luck Club. I expect the candy ass cult followers to leave now because they don't read and words are hard for them. So just in case you all want to understand why it's disgusting to hear someone say we're all treasonous. I don't know who we is. But treasonous is a rare but very serious crime. Treason is the highest of all crimes, as defined as intentionally betraying one's allegiance by levying war. Here's what treason means: intentionally betraying one's allegiance by levying war. You can't separate this definition. You can't just stop right there. By levying war against the government or giving aid or comfort to its enemies. That is the full definition of treason. Who the hell is we, Candace? Who is we? Because she's an idiot and an airhead. She has no idea what she's talking about. She won't even look up the definition of the word treason. Candace, are you sitting here levying war against the government or giving aid or comfort to the enemies? And who is we again? Does she not understand the penalty for treason? Candace, do you know what the penalty for treason is? Yeah, y'all see the candy ass cult followers, they leave because, you know, they don't understand. Words are hard for them. They don't read nothing. Then they cite case law here. Charged the grand jury to Kurt CC 630. This is the Massachusetts Circuit Court, 1851. It's the most serious offense one can commit against the government and punishable by imprisonment and death. Treason prosecutions are rare, with around 40 federal prosecutions and even fewer convictions in U.S. history. And yet, she's saying we're all committing treason. Who is we and all? The hell you say, girl? You and the devil are a liar. No, Candace, you're committing treason. You stand alone in that box. You and the candy asses and the box. Y'all stand alone in it. You're not going to pull everybody into your nonsense because you refuse to look up definitions of terms. And she dare not read case law on it. This is case law. She's not going to ever read that. Federal crime of treason. Treason is the only crime defined in the U.S. Constitution. According to Article 3, Section 3, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. What the F is she talking about when she calls someone treason? We're all treasonous? What? No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. So, Candace, is that your confession you gave of you being treasonous? Is that your confession? I just want to know. Because if you're confessing this, then I'm going to make sure I'm going to screenshot it. Because only Candace is the one running around here talking about some treason. We're all treasonous. I don't know who we and all are. But Candace, you can keep that crap to yourself, girl. You're using terms that you can't define. Concepts that you don't understand. And you're failing to use any level of intelligence that God gave a Billy Goat. You're failing to read. You definitely won't read case law. You can't make this up. So she wants to sit here and say somebody's treasonous. Is that your admission? Candace, is this your admission? Because we're all traitors. We are all treasonous. I hate everyone. That's a snippet. Because only Candace is the one sitting here confessing it is. No one's forcing you to say this, Candace. You're saying this on your own accord. You know, because you're an idiot and all of you and your candy ass cult followers are airheads and dingus who failed to read. You can't make this up. This section authorizes Congress to set the penalties for treason, but not to charge the definition or create degrees of treason. The federal treason statute, 18 U.S.C. Statute 2381, mirrors the Constitution's language and imposes minimum penalties of 5 years imprisonment and a $10,000 fine. A conviction bars the defendant from holding any federal office and carries the possibility of the death penalty. You can't make this up. What are the elements for treason? Okay, let's get here. The elements of treason are the same under state and federal law. the defendant owes allegiance to the government and the defendant intentionally betrays that allegiance by either levying war against the government or giving aid or comfort to the government's enemies. Candace, you have to define Israel to be an enemy first. And no one has done that. Through Congress, the legislative branch of government, in correlation with the executive branch, Israel is an ally, not an enemy. Because you're bad at this, we don't care what you think or feel about it. The legislative branch and the executive branch have already established the state of Israel to be an ally of the United States of America. So, Candace, how are you intentionally trying to portray that allegiance? Because otherwise, you're trying to insinuate someone is doing that. When the United States recognizes Israel to be an ally, not an enemy. But yet you claim, Candace, you want to go to Russia. Are the United States and Russia allies? Are we allies somehow with Russia? Because Candace wants to go to Russia. I say we pack her up and move her there. Are the U.S. and Russia allies? Because last time I checked, we weren't. No, we're not allies. We're not allies with Russia. Candace, why do you sit here talking about you want to be Russia now? You want to be a country that we're not even allies with. And you're supposed to be a U.S. citizen. We're not allies of Russia at all. You don't find that to be treasonous? For you to want to sit here and to say you want to go and become an upstanding citizen of Russia because Kash Patel, blah, blah, blah. If anyone is being treasonous, wouldn't that be Candace Owens? She wants to go to live in Russia. She said, I feel like I want to be Russian now. Don't make me have to play the video where she said that, because she did. Candace, a good case could be presented against you for that. You want to move and go be a citizen of a country that we have deemed to be an enemy for decades. Decades. We're not allies with Russia. Now, if you want to go, no one's stopping you. But you would rather give some aid and comfort to Russia than to Israel, a state that we've recognized to be an ally. Because treason must be intentional. Someone who unintentionally aids, it must be intentional, because she intentionally said that she wants to move to Russia because she can't stand Kash Patel, because she's the only one that's really spewing hate by saying she hates everyone. Oh, God. Yeah, it's very intentional. Someone who unintentionally aids the enemy or is forced to by duress or coercion isn't guilty of treason. There can be no accomplice liability for treason. Every participant is considered a principal. So that basically means you can't be seen as a co-conspirator. Just as much as if it's 5 people, like Candace Owens and all her staff, let's say it's 5 of them. All 6 of them will all be charged with treason equally. It wouldn't be a matter where Candace Owens is a figurehead and the rest are just, co-conspirators in it willingly. Nope. They're all going to be treated as the principal agitator. You can't make this up. Can't use that First Amendment defense. It's the primary limitation on treason prosecutions. Freedom of speech allows people to express anger toward the government, even a desire to overthrow it, but it doesn't protect speech that is likely to incite others to violence. But, because the candy asses can't help themselves, they're out here cyber harassing and bullying and doxing others, threatening people's lives online. to commit violent acts. Nicholas Ray is sitting in jail in Florida for 12 counts because he listened to Candace Owens and a neo-Nazi. You can't make this up. But although words usually can't constitute treason by themselves, they can serve as proof of the speaker's treasonous intent. You know, something else she doesn't fully understand. Intent, Candace. She's sitting here talking about things she doesn't read about. She can't define. She definitely won't read case law on this. Levying war, providing aid or comfort, sympathy alone does not constitute aiding or comforting. Rather, the actor must take some kind of action to provide aid or comfort. Time of war. Attempt. Why are you talking about something where are we at war with Israel? Are we at war? Are we in an actual war with Israel? Last time I checked, we weren't. This is coming from the dingus that said this. She said this. We're all treasonous. I'm sorry. I'm missing the whole war that's happening here. You can't make this stuff up, is my point. This girl is just saying things. She says she hates everyone, and yet the candy ass is sitting here saying we're spewing the hate because we're criticizing her. She's not my cult leader. She's not God. She's not Jesus. I don't owe her anything. And yes, I am going to use free speech and criticize the mess out of her. Absolutely. She can kick rocks. Are you kidding? Yeah, this is something else. There she call us part of her we. How dare she say that? You can't make this stuff up. Goat Hut, what's going on, Goat Hut? She told Soldier to get dishonorably discharged, which sounds like seditious behavior to me. Oh, yes, she did say that. You know, if any of the men over there, anybody over there don't want to, murder anyone, they should just be dishonorably discharged. This is stuff she's saying. And she's not saying it as a joke. She's saying it with intent. There's a purpose behind this. Even if it comes down to, I just want a bunch of views to make a bunch of money. It's so devilish, it makes no sense. 2025 says she can make it up straight from the horse's mouth. She is treasonous. 5 years. Exactly. When I say the expression, you can't make this up, I'm saying that this is so unbelievable, right? But we know she's saying it. Let me not, get too far out of reality, because I dare not go out there to the to Candyland. The candy asses out here, boy. They're recruiting like hell. Yeah, she's saying these things. It's just so unbelievable. And it sounds like an airhead at the end of all of this. I stopped listening to her read comments unless something is said, like someone asked a question about her degrees again. She's not going to read a question either, because she already knows I got God on that once. She got caught up on that. Of course, she's not going to want to read another question where she doesn't want to have to tell the truth. So I don't think she's ever going to read a question again. I think she's just going to put out a comment to try to prove her dumb moot point for reasons unknown, because Candace, you can't make this stuff up. Oh man, great show. You were great. I must go on now. Bye all. Have a good one. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're almost done, y'all. I'm just getting some comments and I'm going to get the supers. And then that is going to be it for this. And then, of course, we got some Umar things to talk about. Did Charlie commit treason against Candace? Loyalty. Exactly. Everyone is sitting here being treason. Are you kidding me? I must admit, I didn't know what treason was a thing in USA, which was bad of me because I associated with it with royalty. Good to learn on the LLC channel. Thank you. And then this is the thing. I want people to be able to walk away learning something. I don't expect the candy ass cult followers to know anything, because they don't read and research. They just parrot her nonsense. They're like bots and mindless and brainless. And they just on auto repeat, copying and pasting the same dumb thing over and over and over again. So, they drive up engagement, but that's all they do. But they have nothing valuable to add. Because look who they're listening to. It's crazy. Candace tweeted today that Macron's allegedly paid people to delete her. The Macrons want her to leave them alone. Like the Macrons would rather she not even say their name. But she didn't learn with that. They wanted her to stop talking about them. And because she thought she was proving a point, she didn't stop. They don't have any desire to fool with her, let alone try to do anything to her. And that's another thing that they can bring up to the court. It's defamation. You got to prove someone's out here trying to kill you. Yeah, Israel's our greatest ally. Absolutely. She should be banned from Russia. She is banned from Australia. Any sensible country. Communism is right up her street. Russia wouldn't take her either way. Lois says this is the second time she has kind of alluded. She has been sued. There is a case we have not yet heard about, in my opinion. Exactly. No reply said freedom of speech is an amendment that applies to the government against its citizens, not citizens on each citizens. Yeah. He hasn't once mentioned him either. This is why defamation is a thing that can cost you $50 million, like Candace Owens. Exactly. She learned nothing from Alex Jones. Yeah, everybody kept saying, well, Alex Jones has free speech, as he sat here and talked about paid actors from a horrible school shooting incident. But Sandy Hook, people lost their kids that were in elementary school. You hear that demon was sitting here talking about all of that was fake and was actors. He got sued out the wazoo. Candace, so can you. See, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Telling me that she has more subs than I do to the candy asses mean nothing to me. Because you know what that means? She has a higher earning potential. I'll say it again. She has a higher earning potential. So, of course, she's bringing in a lot more money. But when she's sitting here thinking she could just say whatever she wants and she's untouchable, that's just a bigger loss for her. She's got to pay 3 attorneys that now she's put into danger because she's trying to pull them into her dumbass conspiracy and didn't care about their safety. You're going to have candy ass cult followers going to that building, and for what? For what? Looking for the DHS, the FBI, the DOJ, when they're just going to find a business full of people that are law firms, that are lawyers working for a law firm, in a restaurant, and maybe another company. All of that would have been for naught. When did she say she was Jesus? She acts like she is. I mean, she might as well just say it, but she acts like she is. She has this godlike personality. It's crazy. Old Soviet Union became cannibals because they believed in communistic nonsense. Oh, man. Candace says, so tell us what happened. Tell us her purpose. Upper doing exactly what you're accusing. Huh? So tell us what happened. Tell us her purpose. Upper doing exactly what you're accusing. What? Oh, yeah. God. I'm not trying to decipher that. I don't even know what you're asking me. Upper doing? Okay. LSC Child is a great place to learn. I appreciate you all. Devilish is being pro-choice, pro-LGBTQ. Now that is devilish. But not murder. Not Candace Owens having people get death threats where someone wants to take their life. Somehow, thou shalt not kill, which is a whole commandment, by the way, is okay. Is that okay? Great. Court martial, disobeying order of the president, head of the military. Yeah. This is insane. It's insane. You can't make this up. All right, y'all. Let's get to some supers over here. Oh, I tagged some links as well. Who do you mean? It's the first video we checked out in the live. Make sure you guys go over to his YouTube channel and check out his content. I did post the video link in the chat. It will be in the description of the video as well. So check out that video. It's a great video. Well done. That talks about some of the dangers of Candace Owens, conspiracies and her nonsense and deception. And it goes right into, the characteristics of a cult, the profile of a cult and a cult of personality, things that we talked about here in the Lady Luck Club. I'll show a tab here while I read these other supers about the psychological control tactics used in cults. So the same tactics the young man was talking about from the Who Do You Meme channel, it's the same tactics that's used in cults. Key takeaways: cults employ various psychological control tactics, including mind control, manipulation, and isolation to dominate members. Fear, intimidation, guilt, and shame are used to coerce compliance and maintain control within the group. Positive reinforcement, like love bombing, creates emotional dependency and loyalty to the cult. Information control and strict rituals limit members' access to outside perspectives and enforce obedience. Yeah, because the candy asses will go to any channel where they're not saying the exact same thing that Candace Owens is saying, and then they'll sit here and just say, oh, you're attacking her, you're hating on her, you're jealous of her, you're being paid by Israel. It's the same thing. It's the same nonsense. The same way bots operate. When you're trying to have some sort of level of control over the perception of certain topics online, yet the bots do the same thing. And they feel like the more they say these dumb things, that I guess people will be convinced when we're not. Nope. It doesn't work here. None of that nonsense works here. God is in control over here, not Candace Owens or her bots or her candy ass followers. None of that works over here. That stuff doesn't work on me. It doesn't work on my Lucksters. It doesn't work. Leaving a cult. And I always challenge, and here's the thing, people have the freedom to watch what they want to watch. I'm never going to ever tell the Luxers, don't watch this, don't watch that. I've never said that. Now go out and watch. Watch any and everything you need to watch to help you be able to come to your own conclusion. I encourage research. I encourage people to read and to educate themselves. You don't have to be ignorant. Knowledge is available at your fingertips. Research and Google. But that's the difference. The candy ass cult followers, they don't research and Google anything. They don't read information. They just follow along and copy and paste. That's cult-like mentality. Leaving a cult involves overcoming deep psychological impacts caused by these control tactics. And this is more information on here you guys can read. I encourage you all to read this information. It's up to you. They have the percentage of cult members reporting fear, the common course of techniques, average duration of intimidation sessions, impact on member autonomy, frequency of fear-based punishments. You get punished with these dumbass comments where we have to read this nonsense. It's like a punishment. When the candy asses, cult members are sitting here leaving these comments, it's torturous to us journalists, true journalists, to have to read this stuff. Sometimes the grammar syntax is wrong. You'll see all this misspelling, all this nonsense that makes no sense. Yeah, it's torture. The psychological effects. Fear is a powerful motivator, and cults are adept at it, using it to maintain control over his members. Sort of the aspect of cyber harassment, bullying, doxing, words that they can't define still, laws that they don't care anything about. Candace believes that she's above the rule of law. She has a superiority complex where she does not feel that she is bound by laws until it affects her. She knows the law when she feels that someone is breaking the law against her. But when she does it to others, she's trying to say it's for a holy cause or some sort of justification of defending and avenging someone. No. You're violating the law. You're doxing people. You outed another donor because she was a Jewish donor. That woman didn't have to be outed. No one needed to know that. No one needed to see the print screen of Charlie's information from the hospital about him going to that hospital. We didn't need to see that. But because she doesn't know the law or care about it, she disseminated this information without consent. Candace Owens is not Erica Kirk. She does not have the authority to disseminate medical information about Charlie Kirk without consent from Erica Kirk. Whether you're dead or alive, you still have the right to your medical privacy. Why do you think the autopsy is not released? No one needs to see it. He deserves the right to some level of privacy. We have laws for a reason. And yet, she sits here and cries the victim when it comes to her being sued. Candace, we will be watching those hearings that are available to the public. Yeah, the hearings on this matter with the lawsuit with the Macrons, they're going to be a link from the court. And spectators can actually log into those hearings. I'm going to be doing just that, Candace. Oh, yes, I will. Your candy-ass cult members will not, because they don't want to give up their real names. You can't go in there playing nonsense with the court. The court will not be able to watch and log in under all these fake profiles. You can't do that. They won't allow it. That's going to be fun. The use of guilt and shame, cult of personality, how leaders use charisma and authority to manipulate. You know, because she has 5.8 million followers, somehow we're supposed to care about that. Why would I be jealous of that when I have to take on the aspect of her? If you're jealous and envious of someone, you're wishing their life upon you. So all this good people think she has, you bringing in the bad as well. You can't separate the two. So you might see, oh, she's making all this money and she's getting all these subs and views, but that's all they care about. But then she gets mad when someone actually genuinely questions her about it and says, oh, it's all about the metrics. Yes, it is. To the candy-ass cult followers, how many times do they leave comments in my chat saying, she has 5.8 million followers, you down. She has more followers than you. That's what they care about. That's all they care about. All they care about is how many followers she has, how many views she has. She's wealthier than you. She's more rich than you are. It comes down to money for them, not facts and evidence and documentation or reading or anything. That's all they care about. They show you all exactly what they care about. And yet they get mad when you point that out. All they care about, the candy-ass cult followers, the dumb bots, is she has more views than you. She has more money than you. She's wealthier than you. So you're jealous of her. No, I do not ever desire to envy or be jealous of anyone, especially someone like a Candace Owens, because all that good you think you're wishing into your life, you're bringing in the bad. Why the hell will I be jealous of someone who's being sued by a president of another country? And she's going to lose. She's trying to run from it by filing a motion to dismiss. Why would I be jealous of that again? I don't expect the candy asses to make sense of anything, because that will take brain power for them to do. But they're the main ones that sit here and they care about the charisma, her ability to manipulate. Off the charts. Same thing that, what do you mean? The video, the content creator was talking about. She has this ability to manipulate people. And unfortunately, she's manipulating all these so-called mommy sleuths that are impersonating CIA agents, which is a felony. And they don't care, because they don't care about the rule of law. So all they do is go around channel to channel, questioning everything. Why are you saying this? Why are you saying that? Go and read something. Then you can come back and ask me a question. Well, you sit here and talk about treason, Candace. Perhaps you should have defined the term. We're not at war with Israel. We are not at war with Israel. We're not in a physical war with them. And you have to be in order for treason to even fit and apply. They're not our enemy either. Those are facts. Whether you're pro-Israel or not, Those are fundamental facts when it comes to the definition of treason. You have to meet that criteria. And she's not even smart enough to pull that shit up. She chooses to be stupid. Candace, this is why I call you an airhead. You're a dingus. So, of course, here's some other information on leaving cults and recognizing and resisting psychological controls and those tactics. Breaking free. The candy-ass cult followers, I think many of them are bots either way. So when they're inanimate objects, I don't really care. There's nothing to break away from. But there are people who are posting up videos saying how I broke free from the Candace Owens cult. That there are content creators that are sitting here making videos saying that. How I broke free from the Candace Owens cult. Cult of Candace Owens. I think that was what it was called. You have people doing videos on this. People doing whole videos on this. I'm trying to find it here. Because I saw something the other day. Someone posted that up. If you all find it, let me know. It was a content creator. And I'm not the only one saying she has a coat here. There are other people out here that are saying she has a coat. Oh, man. Hold on. I'm trying to find. It was a video that why I left. Here it is. Straight out of context did a video. Why I left the cult of Candace Owens. I mean, you got content creators putting up videos on why I finally left the cult of Candace Owens. You got people putting up the stuff. And if you guys have not checked out, Candace Owens has gone off the rails. This girl is losing. I'm sorry. Here it is. My bad. Let me just post up this video here. So you guys can check this out. My bad. I forgot to share this out. Why I finally left. She did another video 4 days ago. Why I finally left the cult of Candace Owens. You know what? We might check this out tomorrow. We'll check this out tomorrow. Because this was 4 days ago. Straight out of context. She is giving like real life examples why she's like, I'm out. I am so out of this. This is a cult. This is someone that believed in this. We're going to check that out tomorrow. We'll do that one tomorrow because we're caught up with all of Candace's shows. So tomorrow we're going to play this video. It is the first one I saw. I saw this one. This is a month ago. But we'll do both. How about that? We'll do both. We'll do the one she did a month ago. And then we'll do the new one she came out with 4 days ago. We will check that out tomorrow. That will be our, instead of the Candace video, we'll do this one where you have people coming forward explaining why they're leaving this cult of Candace Owens. And good for them. More people need to do this because there are a lot of people who used to listen to Candace Owens and they're realizing this girl is crazy. Something is wrong with her. She was never really, based on facts or anything. Her cult followers, her so-called supporters act like a cult. They're a cult. I'm so glad people are starting to wake up to this. This is encouraging to see. This is very encouraging to see. And I try my best to be neutral with Candace in the beginning. But when she started blaming the U.S. military for the death of Charlie Kirk, I was done. I was done, y'all. I was done. So tomorrow we will check out Straight Out of Context. I'll put up the thumbnail because you just can't make this stuff up. And we'll check that out tomorrow. So let me get back to the rest of the supers here. Thank you all so much for your support and your patience. Scarlett Rose with the $5 super. Thank you for being a Christian warrior. Let me tell you something. I've been a Christian warrior since I was 12 years old. And I said it at any time God needed me to fight or just go out and rightly divide the word of truth, I'm going to do that. I may not get 5 million supporters. God even said, if you go out and praying out in the streets, loud for everybody to hear, your reward will be there. But for those who want to pray to the Father, go to your secret place. Go to your closet, and your reward will be with our Father in heaven. Just because you're loud with 5 million subscribers doesn't mean you're right. You can be loud and wrong. And if I am a true Christian, I'm not worried about whether I have 5 million subscribers. I would love to hit 30. We're almost there. That's because I want the channel to grow so that people can get the truth and get real information. We can challenge each other. We ask questions of each other. I've been corrected, and I've had to say that. I've had to share information where I've been corrected. Factually corrected. I'm not above that. And I don't have to make up stuff off the top of my head. I just Google and research and read information. And then I give my commentary and my thoughts on it. I know I'm not for everybody. But I do want to stand for truth. And I do want God to continue to bless this platform. And the only way he's going to bless it is if I continue to tell the truth, if nothing else. Just tell the truth. Put out the facts, put out the evidence. God has a way of giving me a sense of humor and a creative way of being able to disseminate the truth. But I don't have to make anything up either. And I bless God for the supporters that I do have that do share the content. Hit the like button and subscribe. That become members. That support the channel financially. That's a blessing to me. Because there's over 1 billion users and you guys could be watching anyone else, but you choose to rock with me here in the LLC. And I am grateful for that. And that is because God is blessing this channel and blessing me to have that type of growth and to have that type of support. And the least that I can do is just tell the truth, present the facts and the evidence, and then I let you all take it from there. So I'm happy to be in the army of the Lord. Amen. Thank you so much for the 5 super. Thank you, Tracy, for the $10 super. Keep bringing us facts and spiritual awareness. Thank you so much. Yuck 2.0, you are off the Thank you, Yuck. Oh my God, Yuck 2.0 gifted 20 memberships to the LLC. So there you go. If you've been a subscriber, you have to be subscribed, and then I think you have to have the option on to receive memberships. You've just been gifted 20 memberships here. Thank you so much, Yuck 2.0. You are an absolute blessing. That's what I mean. They don't always have to be direct money, but the blessing of people becoming members and then being able to support the channel even more. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. It warms my heart. It really does. And here is a YouTube short from Jay Witt about the maroon shirt. Sometimes it's a hoodie, sometimes it's a polo that represents the colors of his alma mater, Morehouse College. Oh man, y'all check that out. And of course, S-Files got the comment of the day. Candy cane planes. Since Christmas is coming up, I'm going to try my best. We're going to do a test run in the members only live. Probably tonight. We're going to try to watch A Christmas Carol. And now it can't be one of like the bigger ones. Just maybe one that's on YouTube. We're going to try to watch it. Okay? We'll see how that goes. Hopefully it doesn't get blocked. Because Superman, boy, they were mad. YouTube was mad. They gave me a warning. Maybe if it's like a YouTube video that, it doesn't have any restrictions with it, we can watch through it. Got to pause it, talk through it, stuff like that. We should be okay, just like watching any other video. So we'll try it out and see how that works. All right. And that'll be what we'll do in our members only as well as some Spanish, because Francisca wants that Spanish. We're here to get it. And we should all want to learn something new. So thank you so much, you all, for tuning in. I appreciate you guys. This has been a lot of fun. All right. And you guys make sure you tune in. And if you can, for the Umar, we're also going to do 2 videos, do a watch party for Nation Boy. That's another cult. I think just people shouldn't know about the aspects of cults in general. So that was another cult that was here in Atlanta, Georgia. The cult leader is now in jail for the rest of his life, plus 10 years. So, Candace, keep on with that nonsense if you want to. Good luck to that. But cult leaders go to jail too. They get sued, and we'll be scheduling hopefully tonight we can try to do something. Well, I just want to do a test run, even if we do another members only live for tomorrow for the Spanish class. I really want to do a test run to see how well it works with us being able to check out a Christmas Carol movie in the members only tonight, because the holiday is coming upon us and I want to watch a movie with you all. So we'll try that out and see how that goes this evening. And if we're able to watch it, we'll watch it. If not, then I know exactly where we stand with being able to watch a Christmas movie on YouTube. God. All right. So until the next one, you all, thank you all so much for your support. Hit the like button on the way out. And I will see you all later. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.